start that stream up.
Something's up.
Here we are. And we've arrived. Good morning, America. Good afternoon, or judging from the outside, good evening, Europe and Australia. It's way past your bedtime. Go on, piss off. We've got Charming Man in today.
Hello.
Hello, Charming Man. Isn't he charming?
I know.
Recently, there's been some brouhaha in the atheist community. And I thought I'd bring you on for a little impromptu open house. It being Crimbo and everything like that, I thought, fuck it, we'll do it live. You know? And, Jenny McDermott.
Jenny.
What the actual fuck? That's my question, mate. Help me.
What the
help
fuck?
me help
WTF.
you. Yeah.
Okay, I will help you. Shall we start, like, chronologically from the beginning?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it from the beginning. That'll give me a little bit of time to actually get the YouTube
right.
hangout up and running as well.
So this is from my point of view. So basically, I had been partying the night before with my uni friends. Well, former uni friends. So the summer friends is just former uni plus friends. So I got home. I was at my dad's, browsing the internet, and next thing I know, Oz has posted something on the anti-SJW Circle Jerk group.
This
saying,
is not Oz OZ, but this is AUS. He's he's a pretty good YouTuber. Puts in a lot of stuff. Quite shy chap, but he's come out of himself over the years, isn't he? Really?
Yeah, I'm glad to see him get some confidence. And basically, he said, "Yeah, I've been doxed by Jenny," and he showed me and the others what had gone on, and I said, "Can I make a video about this?" And also, he'd shown us the logs that you'd see in the video that I did, and it was quite damning. Basically, what had happened was some things had been going on with the SJWs, a lot of bruises and scratches from all the ponages that they'd been getting from us. So they formed this little Twitter thing, and also a Facebook group, but I don't know where that is on Facebook. And it consisted of Jenny, Laughing Witch, Robert W, Horsey, Pony Boy, John Boobs. This is the same person, by the way, just his different aliases. And who else? Kevin Logan was in it.
Oh, a litany of morons.
Well, the morons are all in it, but it depends largely. But their role is really different. It depends on who it is. So there were some people that really had nothing to do with it. They're just bit part players, I guess. Even that's kind of unfair to them. And basically, they'd been, unable to break us, basically. So they decide, we're going to play dirty. We're going to try and do something that will finally silence these good-for-nothings, these pesky kids. And so John thought, okay, so all right.
I think it's along the lines of, they're intimidating people. Not that you are. And they think, so it's all right if they intimidate people.
Yeah, they thought, okay, we're going to false flag people. We're going to try and get, I say copyright strikes, but the strikes really are things that you get 3 strikes and then you're banned, aren't you, on YouTube? That's how it works.
Well, it also goes the other way, remember. If you give a false DMCA violation against somebody, you get a little tick against you too. If you do that again, you're out. There's no third strike there with that one.
Yeah, and basically they just couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle what we were throwing at them. And also, there's something had been happening between Jenny and Justin Templar. Basically, she's accused him of stalking and being a creepy old man. I don't actually know how old he is, so,
How old do you have to be before you reach creepy, anyway? Because I'm 38 now, so I'm worried.
Well, she's 32, so she's not that much younger than you.
Is it a relative thing?
I think it is. I mean, I don't know. I'm 22 now, so I don't really find anyone creepy. It's just the actions that makes them creepy. The age doesn't make them creepy. There's perfectly creepy kids. Ugh,
Knowledge
you
Never
know?
Dies is coming in as well, so he can prop you up
excellent.
a little bit as well.
So we have all these factors, don't we? That's making them do these things. Plus the fact they're cunts. Let's get that out of the way. So you literally see. Oh, let's not forget Laughing Witch Exposed is in that chat, stroking the egos. Oh, and getting
charming.
hello.
Sorry. I was just saying hello.
Hello,
You have the
Demented.
floor.
You've got a bit of an echo on the back of you there, mate. Are you on headphones?
Yeah, I have headphones.
Are you like deaf then?
Pretty much. I'm deaf. I'm blind. I have every.
Can you hear me?
Never mind.
Are we coming in loud and clear?
Yes.
So yeah, carry on, charming man.
Where was I?
They're all cunts, I think.
Yeah, they're
let's
all
go
cunts.
from there.
They're all cunts, and all this stuff that happened, and also Laughing Witch Exposed was in it as well as Tatelin. That was his I don't even know what gender Laughing Witch Exposed is, but I'm gonna say he was in there as Tatelin, his SJW alias, his disguise, and
right,
just
so you're
their egos.
infiltrating their little cabal, are they?
I don't know how he did it, but he did it. He literally all you see is him.
It's like a game of EVE Online, man. What the hell?
He stroked their egos. You could
Yeah.
see him just stroking it, and they were just feeding off the good vibes.
Okay, so what's the inside line on this lot? Are they really believing their own shit, or are they actually just really?
Well,
I would have had more respect for them if they were just basically trying to make bank.
well, it's a bit of both. I think they do genuinely believe that loads of bad has been happening to them.
They've just had to find the proof.
Yes, but they don't need it because Mother Superior Nita and the god of feminism has decreed that you don't need evidence now.
God, I feel sorry for her.
I
do.
So,
I mean, it's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to exploit sort of Chan culture to try and get myself a bit of sympathy votes. Should be able to make that $5,000 no problem. And then ends up basically being told that now she has to save the entire world from itself.
I know.
It's like, oh, well, I just wanted to make a few bids.
You know what? There comes a point. There's a point where you just lie to yourself so much that you end up believing it, and I think this is what has finally happened with this lot. Although not all of it is entirely, I do think that the harassment. I remember at one point, John Boob said we have to play the harassment angle if Twitter asks us questions, and so basically they're gonna lie and say that they were harassed. Or if they did get harassed, they were going to play it up, make it worse than it actually was. So say someone called them a name, which in and of itself isn't harassment, that could just be a name call, an insult. They can play that up and say, oh, look, that's harassment because feels. And they even mentioned bringing the police in case someone decided they were going to retaliate in some way. Basic bullying tactics.
Wow.
So all it was just a false flagging campaign, trying to get strikes on people's channels, doxing them, etc., just to silence them, to scare people.
Cause a fight, and then basically, it's the bully technique. It's basically just prod and prod.
Business as usual. Business as usual for these guys, right?
Yeah, it's that meme. But you see that. Well, there's two different memes. There's one with a storm fag and one with a feminist, and they're shoveling shit over a wall, and then they get it thrown back at them, and they're running away.
But they're doing it to a plan.
Yes, they're doing it to a plan. It's all calculated. It's all premeditated. They know exactly what they're doing. And to me, and I made a point in that video, maybe this is how all the hate mobs start. A group of people plan all this out, and then they spread it to their friends and their friends' friends and their friends' friends' friends. It sounds like an anime I watched once. And it carries on from there, and they dogpile on these individuals who have wronged them, and you see what has happened.
Individual situation.
Yeah, so Adria Richards did it, but I don't know if hers was, off the cuff or not. Sam Biddle probably did it, and Stephanie Guthrie definitely did the premeditated one. She definitely got her mates around, and then they spread the word.
So, I mean, from what I've seen from, say, Kevin Logan, for example, he's not really interested in talking to the lower tiers of the atheist movement. He's looking to go after the big boys.
Well, he did talk to Spinosaurus Kin before he reached like a couple thousand subs. So, and he also spoke to Senior Mini Bagel. So, it's not.
Not
he will
100%.
talk to them.
Yeah, but I've seen him. He generally goes after anyone that he can get some trade out of. It seems. You know, he's monetizing his videos, that sort of thing.
I did have a Twitter battle with him once. It was quite funny.
Yeah, I basically got to I originally thought maybe he's just vitriolic and just possibly if you imagine if you're doing this, then you're doing if you're honest and genuine, you're doing this for the right reasons, right? So you go I go into this as a face value kind of a guy. Maybe he's just angry. And all you got to maybe it's a misunderstanding. And I went in there with the best possible intentions and essentially kind of going, okay, I'm gonna assume you're a good egg here, Kevin. This is when he first came around, started having a go at Sargon and all this sort of thing. But dude, I mean, you could maybe, he did have that. Sargon invited him on for a chat. And he came across at least a little. He seems to be a little bit less bullish, let's say, when he's actually face to face with people.
Because he's a coward, isn't he?
It seems, yeah. And I've noticed especially after this Laughing Witch business, that he is basically, as you say, an abject coward and not prepared to back up his words with actions here.
The thing is, I'm not a very face value person when it comes to this lot because of my experience. It's like I don't want to sound arrogant, but I was right about Laughing Witch.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing.
To say she's a dick.
Well, here's the thing. You can always be right if you assume that everyone's an asshole, and then when the arsehole turns up, you go, see. I
don't assume everyone is. It's just my default setting for them is that they're all assholes.
For them,
and they have to prove to me that they're not.
Yeah. Whereas what I do is I allow them a portion of trust in order for them to break, and then thus proving it in that way. I don't really. Yeah, it doesn't really matter about my being right or wrong about them. I just have to find out which is which, and it's easier and quicker. If you go at them in that sort of angle, of course, they'll be you don't know. You'll be up against people that maybe actually are genuine, but you won't know because you've already got swords drawn.
Yeah, the thing is though, he actually has nothing to do with it. He was in the chat, and he did write one message, but it was more a message of. This isn't very cool, is it? What we're doing here, is it? And I was like, you know what? I was expecting you to do what you did to Thunderfoot, but you didn't. So I had to say, oh well, I'll give you credit for that. And who else was in it? I can't think. There was somebody else who didn't really do much, but yeah,
I think it's a plausible deniability thing. I mean, he's not saying, guys, you need to stop this. This is bad form.
Well, he didn't know that. He didn't know they were getting spied on, did he? So.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, if he was actually a genuine human being here, he'd be doing it on that sort of front. I mean, when I mean plausible deniability, I mean able to actually be able to tell the truth when he does it. Instead of actually kind of going, I actively tried to stop these people. He said, well, I wasn't really into this. So he can basically step back and say, well, I'm not necessarily responsible for this, but I'm not going to stop it.
And conversely, Robert W. tried to do that to Ozzy's face, and he backfired on himself. Well, he literally, at the beginning, him and John Garbage, whatever the fuck he's called, he changes it every time, right?
These are all new faces to me, you see. I mean, I've been sort of basically, sideswiped in the whole Gamergate thing. So, as far as the atheism plus thing, I'm sort of...
Well, it's not really to do with atheism, it's just SJWs versus non-SJWs now.
Well, to be honest with you, that's what it's turned into.
That's when I joined it was that for me.
I mean, yeah, I often, I personally, when I was looking at my take on Gamergate anyway, is that gaming press just looked at this situation that was in front of them. What's been going on with atheism plus, social justice warriors versus non, and thought, we'll exploit this.
Oh yeah, well,
know?
yeah, they did totally.
You know, so
Also, I think
they can pick a side, and then they're just part of a side. It's and
we're
it's
on
their
the right
cover.
side of history.
Precisely.
Said the losers.
Yeah. And now I'm lost when it comes to Jenny McDermott at this point. You see, I mean, did you see? I've got a cough now. Let's cough wars. Let's cough together. Right. Throat cleared. Right.
Yes.
My confusion comes with some of the recent videos that Jenny, lovely Jenny, has been doing. She's now attacking people within her own community.
Oh yeah,
and
she is.
You know, this is why I've called this the many faces of Jenny McDermott. She seems to be, you know, chief ringleader in this sort of debacle. Would you agree, or?
Yeah, she's definitely. Ooh. Well, to be honest, it was mostly on Boobs with all the ideas, but I think she's the one that's been doing the most, well, attempting to do the most damage. But he was the one with the ideas, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's the ringleader as such. But
did you see?
I guess you could. There's a case that you could argue she is, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
she's the most vocal voice.
Did you see the all gamers are murderers thing?
I didn't watch it. I was going to watch it. I didn't get round to it because of what happened.
Well,
so.
tell you what. I'm going to play it to our live studio audience. Hi guys.
All right.
And I will send you the link to this right now, so you can watch it yourself.
Cheers.
And
yeah, but Rob,
you guys tell me what you think this means. Just watch that video for a second, and you just explain to me, or at least have a gander at it and think, the fuck is going on here? I mean, we're talking. You know, I'm a consistency guy.
All right, so I guess we'll go to mute and we'll watch it for a bit, shall we?
Yeah, you just play that to yourselves for a second. I'm just going to play it to the audience. It's 4.5 minutes, so you know, let's get that up there.
You
like
might,
that.
you know, you just a fair warning. You know, you might play a little bit and pause, because, you know, you might not want to deal with a copyright strike.
Well, we are actually viewing upon this and you know, commenting on it. So you know, me just playing it and then that's it. That would be considered a copyright strike. Me watching it in its totality and then commenting afterwards. There's no problem there.
Have you heard about these murders that happened in San Bernardino?
I still got a strike.
What is causing these?
But hey,
you'll get strikes against you, mate, because these people do this shit. It doesn't necessarily mean that they'll hold steady, though.
And that is
all right. It's your stream. I was just, giving you
murder simulation.
I'll handle it. Oh, there goes Charlie, man.
Games. Murder simulation games.
He'll be back in a second. It's because we're talking.
Murder simulation games.
Little kids.
Thank you for having me on.
Are being trained to shoot people. They're just trained to like murder people, and they just like want to taste blood.
So how you been?
And
dude, just
then
watching the
they
video,
grow up, and what do you think they're gonna do?
Right,
of course, they're gonna try and shoot people and kill people, like for fun. These people are murderers. Like these little kids, they're murderers because of video games, and there's no turning back on that. So like, you guys have to be careful because people could just kill you. Like they could like literally just go buy guns, like little kids can. At Walmart, and then they can just like shoot you. I don't know, what do you guys think? Leave me a message below and we'll talk about it. There's all these studies that totally prove it, and like all these gamers are just like psycho murderers. It's like, what are we gonna do, you guys? Like they've done all these tests where they like ask people how they feel, and then like they add up all the feelings and they're like, okay, like games are just violent, you guys. And then they're like, they ask the kids like, do you feel like you would help somebody if they were on fire on the side of the road? And they're like, no, I would never help anybody because I play video games, I'm ruined. They have like scientific tests that prove this. So like, is this a society you guys really want to live in? With like murdering in the public? I don't know what we're gonna have to do about that, you guys. I think like we're just gonna have to eventually like round up all your like Halo and Crash Bandicoot and GTA 5 and burn them. It just makes me really worried for all of us. Especially because like the main people who comment on my YouTube channel are like scary stalker gamers. Like all gamers are like that. They all just are like murderers. What are we gonna do, you guys? Like we gotta do something about this. So I suggest we ban all video games. I say we round up all the games and burn them.
I think she's taking
They have to be
isn't she?
burned.
Yeah.
Like we can just take them to the town square, like
we're
all the
about
video
a minute
games,
and a half
everyone,
away.
not just the violent
Bear
ones,
with
but
me.
all of them.
I think she's taking
even like the Super Mario ones,
which I
and
think
just take them out to the town square, and then we just burn them.
Well, it's the bit,
And then just like take their video games away forever.
I'm
Like
at 3
ban
minutes.
video
Bear with
games,
me.
all of them, like all
I
of
could tell
video
straight
games
away
must be
she's
evil.
taking piss.
Because that's the way things get done in feminism.
She is the
you just,
greatest
like,
troll
ban
in
stuff.
history.
So
She's not a troll though, is she?
but
She's
I don't
trolling
know.
in that
Let me know
video,
what
but
you
that
guys
doesn't
think
make her
below
an actual
about
troll.
gaming.
At least in
No,
my
that's-
I
opinion.
mean, I know I'm right. But anyways, you guys, like with
See,
that
trolls
shooting
don't
and
go
everything
around,
and like these other shootings, like
doxing
the
people.
Paris one. You know,
In
when
my-
you think
at
about
least a
like,
true
the
troll
stuff
doesn't.
that happened at Columbine, it's
isn't
like,
that what they basically
guys,
do?
it totally happened because
No,
of that
they're
Wolfenstein
cunts
game.
do that. Trolls just
Like
take
these
the piss
people
out
were
of
just
people.
like shooting,
Yeah.
and then they loved it, and then now like you know people are like murderers. Like
So because
totally.
we kill in video
Black
games where
Ops,
we
like,
kill in real
are you
life,
kidding
yeah,
me? People like
brilliant
literally
logic
grow
there,
up
Jenny.
and they're playing games,
Brilliant.
No, but
Well, she's not.
and then like after
listen
they
Yeah,
play
but
these
she's
games,
not being
they're like
serious.
cold
the
hard
last 30
killers.
seconds
Like
of
they
this,
like
guys.
have a
Just,
thirst for
bear with
blood.
us, bear with me.
I don't know. If you're with me, like give me a thumbs up
Anyone
below.
fueled by that?
And
they need
subscribe
to
and like,
have a long, hard
and
look
give
at
money to my
themselves.
Patreon. Look, my tongue's red. Like Christmas. I don't know. What do
Oh
you
my
think?
god,
Tell
you're
me
killing
below.
Nazis. You're such
Subscribe
a horrible
below.
human being.
Like below and Patreon below. Okay, guys. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. That's Jenny.
Well, yeah, that's.
I called her Jenny McDonut. I mean, McDonut. I mean, it's not that funny, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you were to look at that, and you were talking about this, say, a year ago, whatever like that, yeah, and she'd done that video, and it was just that video, we'd all be laughing alongside with her.
We would be, yeah, but
'Cause-
people would think.
Yeah, it's a piss take. And she's sitting there going, subscribe below. Patreon below. And I'm just wondering, Jenny, who the fuck are you at this point? Who, what, how, where's, what consistent narrative have you got here? I mean,
Robin's confused and scared at this point.
you know, look, yeah, you know, pin your fucking flag to something, girl. I mean, you're losing, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking we need to perform an intervention.
Get her on here. I'm sure she'll come on here.
Well, I very much doubt that she would, as she has me blocked. I proudly managed to get that done pretty quickly. I'm a polite guy, but you know, I'm British, so you know, I don't know what it is with Americans. They're easily offended by the way I am. It's the way I don't know. You know, it's
So about have a nice day over there. Well, for us, it's like,
no, I do condescension as a sport. So
I
you
do
know,
that in my videos. And
Yeah,
it's great.
but we're just.
She doesn't
I mean,
even
then-
know me. She doesn't have me blocked, but I doubt she talked to me, so whatever.
I mean, and there's that, and there's the monstrous video that she did when it comes to JJ talks, which I just don't know.
I can explain that if you want.
Please,
Like, the reason.
please,
Okay.
make
This
me
all.
understand, charming man.
All right. This all stems back from when JJ first did her accusations towards.
Jenny is a
men.
fascinating creature.
Yeah. All right.
This is only 3 weeks ago, man.
Yeah. That was months ago. Now this first one.
Yeah, her actually doing the accusations, but her,
No, it wasn't weeks. It was months. It was months ago.
yeah, Whereas the JJ talks shit and gets dominated thing is 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's all been boiling up. They've been arguing amongst themselves probably for a long time, and then it's boiled up into the public now for whatever reason. So basically, what happened was, JJ did that. Help! I'm being harassed by these people. I won't say who. And then all the other SJWs are like, oh, who could this possibly be? It was Sequester Zone, wasn't it? Yeah, that's it. And then Jenny's like, no, it was Abaddon 5. And then basically that broke their friendship because trust was broken as well, because JJ didn't want to release the evidence because of witnesses and stuff like that, and they would know.
Dox, man, dox.
I don't know. I mean, me and JJ get along, but she knows I'm not gonna go easy on her with stuff like this. So it's like that happened. So that broke the sense of trust that they had towards each other that they would have had originally. So therefore, the friendship is gone. And then I think JJ did something again, directed Dick Coughlin, and I did a video where I basically became their psychiatrist.
Do you know what I'm seeing here? Is that we're having a breakdown of, you remember that expression that they say, and I don't really do this in these videos very often, is that it's, we prefer to concentrate on ideas. That's generally what your average clever folk do. You're less than average. They'll concentrate more on the events, and then your total morons, they'll concentrate on people. So,
and this is,
I'm now at moron level here for the open house, and I apologise to everyone here, but this needs to be said because nobody's concentrating on ideas at this point. This is what I'm seeing here, and I'm saying this to social justice warriors, or at least in this particular portion of the community. You are now concentrating on people, not actually ideas.
I know, and then I don't know.
It's getting personal.
To be honest, I think it may have been slightly public then when Jenny kind of decided to out who was doing the harassment, and then I don't know, things went quiet for a bit, so they must have been arguing amongst themselves privately, and then eventually it all spilled out with the Dick Coughlin thing when JJ accused him of harassment. And to be honest, I called bullshit on that one. The other one I didn't, because I thought, okay, let's wait and see, and it was proven that someone was doing it. It was Abaddon 5, and he's disappeared ever since. I also felt sorry for Sequester Zone as well, because he was getting bullied and nobody was helping him. It didn't seem like anyone was helping him, and it kind of changed him a bit, didn't it? Because apparently he had some history, but I don't know.
What do you mean?
That's not for me to judge. Oh, they claim that he hit his wife, but I don't know if it's, or girlfriend, but I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not judging. I'm trying not to. So then the Dick Coughlin thing happened. He responded. She again wouldn't show the evidence. She could have blocked out all the names, but that's all semantics, blah blah blah. And then I think Jenny went on full offensive then. But what's funny is she was like, oh yeah, Dick Coughlin's totally an harasser, but I'm still going to call you out on this, and I'm going to use this as a stick to beat you with. I was just like, what, Jenny? What? And then Jenny showed her logs with Dick Coughlin, basically kind of stringing him along in a sense, flirting with him, and doing it to an extent that he might have pushed it a bit too far, but he didn't know. And that was a total breakdown of all their relationships and everything, and that's why they hate each other. And then there was the blue chat thing, I don't know if you saw that, where she went apeshit. She lost the plot. That was the first moment she went crazy. She was having a cat fight with loads of different people, especially JJ. And then I think she did the video where she was the dominatrix. We are where we are today.
Yeah, this is all some really personal shit.
It's like high school, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm bizarred by all of this. I mean, these arguments, they're bound to attract some loons. they're bound to attract some very fevered egos in this particular case. Hello, Boom. How you doing, mate?
Hello.
Do you know what we're talking about?
No, I have to rejoin in just a
All
second.
right. Essentially, this is just for any new audiences coming in. Hi. I'm doing a bit of a weird one. I don't normally do one on people, but Jenny McDermott is a special case. And I mean that in many, many ideas of this. It's also kind of boring, yes. Jenny's been a bit of a weird one. She's been sort of like, an anti-Gamergator. She sort of cut her teeth trying to, sexually harass Thunderfoot at one point. What was it? The sex dream video 9 months ago.
Sex dream video?
Yeah, she had a sex dream about Thunderfoot and decided to share it with everybody.
Yeah, I remember that. That just proved a whole lot of things about why she was going after him. She also said, a funny thing, during the stream with Sargon where he went and talked to all of them and Laughing Witch was pissed. Like, drunk pissed. And she said, "You're white! Sargon is white!" She said, Jenny said to Sargon, "Oh, you got such streamy eyes." And then someone in the chat said, Kevin Logan got cooked.
Yeah, that's like he could get a girlfriend.
I know.
No. And I'm looking up and down this video collection of hers, and I'm trying to find some sort of coherent message. And I'm struggling here. This is a very, very confused person.
Oh God, you mean both? I just don't understand how their group dynamic works because they just eat each other. It's like they have a target. Look, I'm clearly a target. You're a target. Oz is a target. We're all targets here.
I'm not a target. I'm
know what I mean?
I'm like the wind.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. We are a face of anti-SJWs, basically. We present the other side, yet they decide not only are we not...
The open house presents no sides.
Well, you know what I mean.
To be honest with you, I have my own opinions on this and stuff like that. But I hope, if
Well,
any of you social justice warrior-y lot want to come on and have a chat about this and maybe make some sort of explanation as to what the fuck is going on with you people.
JJ would come on. I reckon she could come on.
If you'd like to invite her on, that'd be
I'll
fine.
try. I don't know if she's awake. She's in Dallas, I think.
It should be the morning for her, at least late morning, so it shouldn't be a problem
Would it?
for her.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'll add her in a bit.
It's like, it's
10 o'clock.
12:30. But like in Dallas, it's 10 o'clock over there. So never mind. She should be up. Yeah.
It's Xmas. So
Unless she's asleep, like having a cheeky lie-in or something. But it's like...
But
we're here.
I'm a man. Who,
I know we should talk about...
I identify as a man who likes the idea of resolution. And I'll say this to you, is that people in the SJW community, we can't kill them. Okay, apart from it looking terrible in the press, it's wrong. Okay, a lot of this fighting is to do with ideas, and when it gets down to the personal, and it gets down to people and stuff like that, things start getting, as a friend of mine in the 90s used to say, real.
Oh, shit's getting real, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm trying to explain how it must work for them, because they see two sides. There's us and there's them, and then they fight each other as well, trying to fight us. It's like the Germans in World War One. You can't win a war on two fronts. Well, did it in World War Two as well, but World War One was the classic war on not two fronts, failing.
Yeah, when people say Hitler did nothing wrong, I said, well, look at 1942. He fucked that up.
I know. Yeah.
Well, it's not just two fronts. It's a civil war going on while trying to fight two fronts.
Well,
Left and the right going no.
Well, put it this way: there's loads of different SJW communities. It's not just this lot that we tend to talk to the most. There's loads of different ones.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of people who are, people who are advocates for transgender people, who are advocates for many, many things that actually might make sense, are probably just holding their heads, just kind of going, why do these people think they talk for us? You know, and there are plenty of ideas out there that deserve a conversation, and they're being drowned out by these freaks. And, you know, bring me somebody sensible, please.
Yeah.
Can we?
I'm actually a social justice person. I understand the principles of social justice and I understand the principles of equality and rights and all that kind of stuff. And they're fucking with my mojo, my dojo.
I'm a lefty, you know, and these people shame the left.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of this lot here
You're
are.
extreme left.
Yeah.
You're maybe a left. You're extreme.
Well, I voted Green, so I don't know how you feel about that one, mate. But you know, it's more along the lines of, you know, in my most conspiratorial mood, I'd be sitting there thinking these people work for the right because they're the biggest fucking advertisers for them.
And well, and at the same point, I have to argue against people who argue against all of Black Lives Matters, and I don't mean some of Black Lives Matters because there are crazies in everything you do, but in actuality,
They're all crazy though.
No, there's
No.
actually points to the actual. If you go to the Black Lives Matters website, you look at the policies that they put forth. That makes sense everywhere. Those policies of we want neighborhood policing, we want police accountability, we want
Occupy Wall Street
neighborhood.
made sense at the start, and it got
Yes.
loused
The
with
problem
idiots.
is though, Black Lives Matters was social justice at the beginning.
Well,
Straight at
well,
the beginning.
Oh yes, it's social justice because that's how you fix
No,
something.
It's not. No, it's not social justice in the way that you say it is. It's literally SJWs.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Actual justice.
Danger, Will Robinson. You run the danger, of course, of confusing these people with all of these people. And here's the double whammy of this. Yeah, if you have a look at a lot of people kind of go, yeah, but there's just as many white people being shot by the police as black people, and I say, well, that's not actually solving a problem there. It's still a fucking problem. But you also have to understand, certainly in America, that black people make up about 20% of the population. Now,
13.
Yeah. So if say 13% of the population were being shot and they were black, then they wouldn't really have much to say. But when they're making up that big 50, there's a problem there. Now, that is being drowned out by the loons. And it's the same thing when it comes to a lot of social justice issues that I suspect that you and I would all agree on. But those are not being talked about because we're talking, I'm doing this, and this lunatic, Jenny McDermott, is a prime example of this.
Yeah.
Of someone who is just basically out for war with everyone now.
You can check this number, and I think it's really close to this number from the last statistic we heard. It was 80% of the jail population is black. 80%. How does that happen? How is that even conceivably possible? When the crime rate within both poor black communities and poor white communities is the same. It's the same. There is no difference. There is no advanced rate. There is no extraordinary rate. And even if we took into account the higher percentage of poor blacks, so you have 9% poor whites that qualify definitionally into poverty, and 13% that definitionally qualify into poverty that are in blacks and Hispanics, the amount of crime for that population is the same. How does that happen? One of the actual things that you actually have is the marijuana sniff test. The sniff test becoming probable cause is something used a lot by police. That is something that is unjustifiably used, as well as sniff dogs and train. Yeah.
But we're sort of drifting away from topic here. What I'm really trying to highlight here is that this person, Jenny McDermott, does not speak for anybody but Jenny McDermott.
Yes.
I know in her mind she is representative of somebody. I'm beginning to wonder if she's not too sure about that either. Because, I mean, what the hell now? This is the thing. She's attacking people in her own circles as well.
They all do it to varying degrees. I mean, isn't Caitlyn Jenner at the moment under like criticism for saying something about if you look more female when you're a trans woman, you've got an easier life or something? And people are like, oh, that's transphobic. When I can see what she's saying, it kind of makes sense.
What the hell is that transphobic?
Because they're idiots, that's why.
Exactly. Just like.
The thing is, though, when she was Bruce Jenner, she was the right-wing bastard, but since she became Caitlyn Jenner, oh, angel.
Didn't she run over a couple of people?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Only, hold on. I think it was only one person, but in South Park it was like 20.
Well, women get lighter,
Yeah.
women get lighter sentences now, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's biologically a man. I mean.
Yeah, but he'll be treated in the justice system as one.
Well, that remains to be seen. It depends how they make their mind up on that.
Yeah, they're determining whether or not males or
the Bernstein
person
reality or the Bernstein.
Well, I think
reality?
Vengeful Scarecrow says it. I'm not convinced that Jenny is actually anything other than a wind-up merchant and a drama addict. And so as far as say people, on the anti-social justice warrior community or whatever like that, yeah, she makes, as we say in media, she makes good copy. So when something makes good copy, for example, it's like a car that's really, really good. So gushing about a car to advertise it, it's just easy. So if anything, she just makes herself out. At the moment, she's the biggest advert for anti-social justice. You see what I mean?
Oh, she's excellent material.
Indeed.
But I'm not actually covered her. I've not covered her since the Laughing Witch saga. Because
I'd be looking into this right now, mate, because I don't know what she's on about anymore. I mean, I had a little look-see into this, and all you got to do.
She's after revenge.
Yeah, look at the channel. Look at her channel and just try and find a coherent narrative there.
Oh, there's nothing. The only narrative she's got now is that I'm the victim, I was harassed, and I'm going to get my revenge. Because she's now made loads of sock accounts and alternate accounts on Twitter and YouTube. The YouTube ones are for backup, not like for the channel, but for debating and shitposting. Because for some reason, nobody from that chat is helping her shitpost. It's not like ages ago when I first did a video. She got Laughing Witch and Bewildered Ape along with her to shitpost on my comment section. She's got no one.
She did have a run-in with Baphomet, of course.
She was egging them on. She wanted to be doxed and she got what was coming to her.
So she got doxed by Baphomet.
And the thing is, I warned them because.
No, actually, if you guys ever went on Kiwi Farms.
Well, Baphomet, but let's stay with Baphomet right now, because Baphomet are the perfect sort of idea here on the opposite here. They're actually a great advert for the other side in this, because they do exactly what they're supposed to, which is create victims. They get egged on with it, and they go ahead and do it.
The thing is, when they doxed, who did they dox? I think they doxed Laughing Witch.
They doxed everyone, mate.
Yeah, well, I can't remember who they doxed first. If it was thingy Hannibal the Victor or not. But there was a guy who had a list of people he wanted, and I told them, yeah, there's a guy, you can read his message. It's right there. He's got a list of people he wants doxed, and lo and behold, they all got doxed. Bewildered Ape was found. Of all people, they got him. I told them, but they didn't listen.
Yeah, but as I say, this is, they are a problem. Because they, if anything, they are the greatest advert for internet censors. If you want to point to anybody and kind of go, well, you know what? Yeah, we need to get to grips with this, because there's all these people being harassed and bullied and all this sort of thing. We need to come down on somebody. They just have to look at Baphomet, and professional trolls. A lot of these guys seem to think themselves as these diggers, as they like to think of themselves as. and they're actually the ones that if anyone were to be to blame, forget about the legislators. The legislators just require an excuse. It's like bribery, yeah? It's not the person doing the bribing that's the problem, it's the one who actually takes the bribe. Yeah? Well, in this case, it's the people that give the excuses that are the problem. The reason that you have, you walk down the street, yeah, and there's signs up that says no alcohol on these premises, or no alcohol on this street, or whatever like that. That's from drunk twats. They didn't just put that sign up, regardless, just because, they're in the mood. They put that up there because there was drunk twats throwing bottles around. That's how it happens. You give people excuses, and they use those excuses to undermine everybody's freedom of speech. And so we have both sides of this. I'm not really going to take sides in this one because, like I said, this has gone from ideas to personal attack now. You've got both sides doxing each other, and
I've not doxed her.
I'm not. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. But there are people doing this on both sides.
This is something in humanity that we actually have to get accustomed to. Just because he mentions someone or something doesn't mean he's referencing you or referencing anything that negates or covers.
But you're
something
saying
else.
no. But you're saying both sides. Baphomet's a third party thing entirely different. Well, they'll do anyone.
You can say that, but really, more than anything else, is why would they be doing it? I mean, have they done you?
No, they've not done me.
They've not done you. Why is that? Because they considered, whoever did that doxing, yeah, doesn't consider you to be doxable or worthy of being doxed. Why would they not consider you worthy of being doxed, but say Jenny McDermott of being doxed? Because that's their side of the coin here.
But it basically take requests.
I'm not saying that you're responsible for this, mate. Don't think of it like that. But what I'm saying is that if you have a look at this on an overall scale right now, yeah, we've got people digging their trenches in, yeah, and they're throwing bombs at each other, and it's getting to the point now where you actually have people getting real personal, and this is about ideas. And while everyone's concentrating on the personal, the ideas are getting messed up with. And while that's happening, we've also got the other problem of legislators coming down, TPP, SOPA, all the other shit that's going on with that lot, yeah, and they're getting all the excuses.
Yeah. Well, how do politicians get something they want that the general public doesn't want? And that they normally do this by dividing people. It's divide and conquer. It's the most basic, simple political strategy. How do we get people to vote less? How do we get people to not care about the politics and go after a group?
Yeah, and just to address Rami. Yeah, if I can just address Rami, by the way, Lewd Gamer, as far as being on YouTube and Twitch, that's not really going to happen. YouTube and Twitch have their own guidelines and rules, so you're not really going to get any live streams or anything like that on there. However, Lewd Gamer does have its own streaming service that they're actually doing themselves. It's a little bit pricey for them to be able to do it, so they can't be doing it 24 hours a day or anything like that. But yeah, on I believe twice a week, mostly on the weekends and stuff like that, they do live streams. So if you pop yourself over to there, you can fill your boots or blast your nuts, whichever way you'd like to call it. But yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for everybody here because it's getting down to the point where this is attack. And it's briefing. It's not just briefing against people. It's not just people calling each other names now. It's all we need is once docs get out, that's when somebody goes, oh yeah, who cares if I'm a 14-year-old kid? Nobody's going to arrest me. I'm going to go and send a SWAT team on this person. That's when things start getting dangerous and deadly.
She posted my private Facebook account on Twitter as well, trying to get me. I don't know what she's trying to get at me, and my job was on it as well.
That's right. But so Baphomet fucked this girl, yeah, and now she wants to fuck you in retaliation.
Even though nobody knows who requested her docs.
She don't give a shit. Well,
He said that.
that's the problem with Chan culture as it is. Nobody wants to take responsibility for everything, so everyone gets to take responsibility. That's the thing. And I've said this to people in chans and stuff like that. Yeah, none of you take responsibility, and thus all of you are responsible. That's how it works. It doesn't go the other way. So, well, it's not me, it's not me, it's not me. Well, then we'll close down your shit, and then you go, what? It wasn't us. What the fuck? Tough, guys. If you put yourself into that particular position, that's what's going to happen.
You know, is it just me, or is Jenny McDermott on a path of self-destruction?
Well, mental self-destruction now. She's gone with the physical thing. If you seen her life video, when she told her life story.
Well, she's going to have to get a lot more destructive.
How do parents punish? If we look at how parents punish,
they
either punish one or two ways. If you fess up, they punish that one child. If nobody fesses up, everybody loses. Everybody gets punished.
Yeah.
It's at least for the most part of how, when I grew up as a kid. Teachers did the same thing too. As long as one person fess up to the action, only that person would get consequences. But due to the fact that nobody fesses up to the action, everybody loses it. Everybody loses the ability to play with their toys because they couldn't play responsibly.
And yes, I very much doubt if Jenny McDermott continues doing what she's doing, she will probably lose her rights to YouTube. She will maybe lose her rights to Twitter. Perhaps. I mean, unless she's being careful. She may have learnt a few tricks from Baphomet. This is the other thing with being involved with these people. They end up doing their research on each other and learning some new tricks of the trade and getting even more devious and dirty.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, Zoe Quinn, she knew a lot of, she was a part of Something Awful for a long, long time. She knew the tricks and how to get people to believe what she was doing and how to manipulate people and all that kind of stuff. And how to make it seem like she didn't do anything when she could have very well did it herself. Of course, people caught on to that because they said, it's like, you're logged into your own account. You can't, because some of the stuff they do are very, very stupid. They're not incredulous geniuses.
Is Oz about? I'd love to speak to him.
He might be asleep at the moment.
Probably. But seeing as we're all on bizarre time zones these days, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm asking JJ if she's awake,
Tell her this is a safe space. No, I mean that. I mean that in honesty, guys. I mean, the open house has always been open for both sides to pop themselves in here and have a chat about things without throwing shit at each other, and actually talk about the ideas and try and come to some sort of understanding. I know there's a lot of people out there that make a lot of.
Thing is, I never expected
everyone has a lot of fun
JJ,
with the battle.
Jenny. I never expected Jenny to stoop this low. I thought surely the low point was a Laughing Witch thing. No, said we get even lower. I want to see how far it's going to go.
Humanity. Yeah, well, humanity has always, for a very long time, when you go into no holds bar mode, where you're fighting something, regardless of whether or not you're right or wrong, you'll keep going. And this is where we have investors who will invest in a company that's failing, but still keep investing because they made the initial investment. So they won't stop until they lose everything. And so it is a real psychological issue.
It's called what's it called? It's a particular type of fallacy. It's something of commitment.
Hold on.
People say good money after bad, but it's a slightly different escalation of commitment fallacy.
Yeah.
It's the same thing when it comes to wars, for example. Yes, we've lost 20,000 men to this particular action, so let's throw another 20,000 in there to make those 20,000 that died
The
more
escalation
worthwhile.
of commitment. That's it.
And this is American foreign policy, essentially at the moment.
We throw in a couple of dollars at it, and then we have the this is the fun part of American social politics, is that we have the why throw money at it? It won't bring resolution, or why form policy at all? The apathetic fallacy. What's the point? Because it won't do any good, or it won't have any benefit.
And then we've got our extras, of course, which are we like to call them bad actors, which I think that Jenny sort of falls into this category. Along, we've got a few of those in Gamergate as well, who are there to exploit the situation for clicks, for money, for fun, for attention, all kinds of different reasons. And I mean, there's people who have built their careers upon this. I mean, if you have a look at Thunderfoot, for example, somebody could make that accusation of him. But to be perfectly frank, when he started this, there wasn't really many people doing this on YouTube. So, and this was, you must remember this when, he did the video series, Why People Laugh at Creationists. I mean, it should have a damn sight more clicks on it, to be perfectly frank. I mean, I remember when the Amazing Atheist was just basically a guy with a woolly hat on, screaming at his webcam, and throughout, because they were early and established and stuff like that. Yeah, they've actually managed to build a career at this point. And,
now he's both hated and loved at the same time.
Oh, he's always been hated and loved.
Yeah. And, you'll find a lot of people that are a little bit jelly of that. And there's people that are building a career on hating them, or building a career doing something similar.
Yeah.
And it's all good. This is, as long as we keep it to the ideas, it's all good. But when we get it down to the personal, that's when things start getting worrisome.
Thing is, though, the personal is political with them, so... JJ is awake.
So yeah, what's Jenny done this time? Do you want to just give a quick explanation of that one again, please, Charming Man, for our new audience members?
I mean, do you mean the whole shebang? All right. Well, basically, she's had some problems with Justin Templar, and Oz has just been making good videos against her, basically. So, her and her mates, John Garbage, Bewildered Ape, Robert W, and who else was it now? There's another person, Laughing Witch, decided that they were going to form a Twitter group and a Facebook group to basically create a false flagging campaign against anti-SJWs, anti-feminists, etc., etc. Anyone they don't like, basically.
And this had been witnessed by somebody who'd managed to infiltrate their little group.
Laughing Witch Exposed pretended to be a girl called Tatelin, and he just took screens and talked to them, got them to say everything. And I think the person with most ideas was John Garbage, actually.
Have you actually got some sort of link to any of this that I can maybe put in the description?
It's on Kiwi Farms. I'll just get it.
Yeah,
I'd
like to put that in the description. That would be brilliant.
Yeah. I mentioned that before. Yeah, she also posted. Well, actually, I'll let Charming Man. He's the guest of honor. So you go ahead.
So yeah, it would be. This is essentially we're looking at the ugly underbelly of the social justice warrior opponents here. And who would have thought they weren't all of that good faith?
I'm actually surprised. Jenny isn't in chat. You would think she'd be in here.
I'm blocked.
Just because. Let me put it this way. Okay. Just because someone adopts a label, regardless of whatever label it is, just because Ben Carson calls himself a neurosurgeon, just because Jenny says she's feminist, she fights for equal rights, doesn't mean they actually do or are very good at it. They can still suck. They can claim whatever title they want, but still suck at the concepts themselves. They can suck at concepts like social justice and how that works, what the principles behind it, and how the philosophy of We need to help our economics, because if we don't, our economic system will collapse. There is no if it will collapse. So these people can still suck at their job. Even Ben Carson kind of sucked at his job. So these people can call them whatever the hell they want to call themselves, and some people earned it. Ben Carson did go and get his doctorate.
Wait, was Carson really that bad? Because I saw him like in an old 70s video, talking about it, and he seemed alright. He seemed good at it.
He had some malpractice stuff.
Did he? So he was pretty bad.
Well, he's alright bad. He's not the worst, but he's not the best. He's alright bad. Where he actually had
in
a
the description,
couple
and also
Well,
JJ.
Being
is
a brain
good.
surgeon doesn't mean you're necessarily a political major.
Yeah.
True.
And
Or that you know a lot about the situation of America and how, what's the best resolution. There's actually stuff that he's proposed that is actually the worst scams
21
possible.
pages? Jesus.
And
it
will hurt a
would
lot
be
of people.
wise. I suspect that this could be, is this actually posted by your man here, or is this actually within their circles here? Because they could obviously get rid of this.
Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
only posted the
I'm
link
talking
to
about
their
this
forum.
thread here. That's all.
Oh, it's just about Jenny. They're a forum dedicated to lol cows, basically.
All right.
They just
Okay.
talk about-
Okay. So that's fine. So that's going to stay
Oh,
around.
they're all right. They're all right. They said I was in good company, so.
Yeah, I was just double checking to make sure that it didn't get deleted by some
Oh, no.
accident, let's say.
Yeah.
Oh no, they won't be doing that. No.
So if any of you would like to fill your boots with that little lot there, just press F5 right now and check out the description under Jenny McDermott. What in the holy world of fuck? And there's
Why?
a little
Hello,
a
JJ
little link
Fox.
there.
Well, hello there, JJ.
Hello, JJ.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm alright. How are you?
We've never met before. I'm Robin. I'm nice.
Nice to meet you.
And I think you've
That.
It's all right. I'm not a meanie. And then you got Charming Man. Obviously, he's naughty. And I believe you know Demented. Boom's another nice person.
I'm alright.
Welcome. I believe you've been coming under fire from a certain Jenny McDermott.
Oh, no.
That woman.
Oh, that. Yeah. I've been basically trying. For some reason, I've decided to put the open house on today. Really, just to say that in the YouTube community as a whole, within sort of atheism, social justice, yada yada yada, it's getting a little bit on the personal side rather than the political side. And if anything, I'm a man who likes to look at resolution rather than more and more problems. And I'm just really highlighting that this is actually something that can sometimes affect people. And I'm not just talking about people just using bullying language here. Along the lines of doxing, along the lines of actually, prying into people's private lives, or as happened with a few people recently through, through Jenny and various other people, false flagging people's videos and whatnot. And I was just wondering about your take on this.
It's extremely frustrating that these people feel that this is acceptable or okay, and it kind of makes me sad because obviously they don't have very much else going on in their lives that they feel the need to do this, but it's a little bit ridiculous.
Well, I would have assumed this person would have been considered an ally of yours not too many months ago.
Jenny? Jenny's an ally of whatever will get her more subscribers.
Can't argue with that. Although I think she does believe some of the bullshit, though, to be fair. I think she's lied to herself so much. This is just from what I read from the logs. That I think she genuinely now thinks that she's the victim and we're all the ones after her.
Probably.
I think from a lot of the accusations that have come across to say Anita Sarkeesian, she seems to be doing, along that line, but in a much more blatant fashion, really goading people into attacking her, hoping that she's going to get that sort of victimized feel at some point or another.
Oh yes, she
Yeah.
tells me. She tells me I support people harassing her all the time. Okay, Jenny.
So you support harassment now.
I do support harassment, even though she's the one putting my information and other people's information out there.
What a
Yeah,
yummy lady.
Like, do you remember that JJ Blocks that I showed you? Guess who liked and followed that account, JJ?
Yeah, she's the only one that follows it.
Yeah.
See, now this at least gives me a little bit of hope, because I know a little bit about you, JJ. I wouldn't necessarily consider you a social justice warrior, but you are certainly into that. I know, for example, Charming Man would consider himself on the opposite side of the fence here, but at least you can actually discuss and talk. And I'd like to advocate this to everybody who may be listening, who loves a bit of vitriol. You think, oh, I'm in the right side of history, so anything goes. No, anything doesn't go. Sorry. I mean, I'm sorry for being the dampener on this one while you throw shit at each other and everything, but scat fighting never really got us anywhere, folks.
Well, they do say that history is written by the victors, so.
Well, yeah, but they usually have their fingers left. You know.
and it's not necessarily right, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah.
As somebody who's got a history degree.
And
you can't trust anything from the medieval era because it's not always right, even if they were the ones who wrote it. Like the Vikings didn't do the Blood Eagle. They didn't do it. There is no evidence.
And as far as I was aware, I'm not altogether sure about that whole Lady in the Lake thing.
The Lady in the Lake.
Yeah. Oh, so is there some aquatic bird holding up a sword in the middle of a lake? Was there? Oh, right. Yeah, that makes some sense. No. Oh, thanks, son. Yeah, I'll take a snort of that.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
Well, yes, and this is all I got to do is look at Jenny McDermott's video list, and nothing makes sense. It does. There's no coherent narrative here, Jenny.
It's the product of a crazy mind, basically.
And this is what happens when you've got a lot of shit going on, a lot of vitriolic fighting, people throwing shit at each other, people who love a lot of shit throwing. That's when they come at. Yes, I've used the word scat fighting. You can use that.
Beep, ba, 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 da, boop.
Yeah, quote mine.
Quote mine me, Jenny. No, you want to.
Yes.
I meant quote mine, but
I'd like to coin that phrase, if you don't mind, Ian Sinti. Yes, scat fighting. That's what I'd like to call it from this point on.
Skibbity beep bop.
Not that kind of scat.
Oh.
It's throwing shit at each other here, folks. I mean, have a food fight. Talk about the issues. Talk about what the problem is. See if you can find some middle ground here to actually kind of go, okay, right, okay. You're wrong. I think you're wrong about this, but I think you're right about that. Dialogue.
But here's the thing, that wouldn't be nearly as entertaining for them to do.
That's right. It would be
no material.
Boring. Yes, it would exactly no material. But however, ideas are really exciting. Ideas are great, and they're for clever people.
Yeah, I was actually getting something to eat. I was contemplating the actual gap between men and women, and when we look at it, there are certain fields that are dominated by women. When we talk about society of why you have petroleum workers make more than the other spectrum on the other side for women, where they're predominantly dominated for women, it's mostly because we don't pay for mental anguish pay. Where we pay for hazard pay, but we don't pay for how stressful a job can be mentally, because there are jobs that are that's all it is.
Nursing, for example, is a very stressful thing mentally, and it's very much dominated by women, for example.
Yeah, and we don't take that in consideration on how much we should pay them, and also the unions aren't as strong. You have a lot stronger in how they ended up getting higher benefits and more.
And believe it or not, I am now going to quote Woolly Bumblebee, and I didn't think I would, but I think she's grown a little. And
Yeah.
And she actually made a reasonably decent point. Is that those who are on the MRA side of this sort of portion, and people on the feminist side of this portion, are both after equal rights for men and women.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
And so that's a way in which the gap actually does exist, and that should be looked into, because if you have a job that is extraordinarily stressful and time consuming, and I mean just as much as a doctor's job is, a nurse's job is just as difficult, and sometimes even more so.
And I would like to also point out that, as far as inequality is concerned, I only really consider one inequality to actually matter. And that's the one thing that, for example, Occupy Wall Street highlighted, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, got completely forgotten about, which was wealth.
Yeah.
Wealth inequality is the one thing that you see, upper middle class rich kids or incredibly wealthy rich kids, like, for example, John McIntosh, avoid in totality, because that's the one inequality that they really don't want to address.
Yeah. And now I'm not saying that petroleum petroleum manufacturers should make as much as nurses, because there is a direct possibility of dying while doing.
Yeah, there is that whole death thing.
You have a lot of there is a lot of negative health consequences by being in a continuous mental strain job, and we have to account for earnings if you ever were to not be able to do it anymore because of the health strain that you caused on yourself, the mental health strain and physical health, which goes into physical health strain caused on you. And there's also, the nurse does do a lot of physical work.
We've got basically what essentially what you're saying is really that nurses are undervalued.
Yeah, and so are teachers.
And so are teachers, which are very dominated by women. Now, to be honest with you, we should really get more guys involved in teaching and nursing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
there used to
it's
be
up
more
to
men
you.
as teachers.
Yeah, it's up to you, ladies, if you want to get into oil riggage. But if I were you, I'd maybe push yourselves a little bit more into tech.
There used to be a lot more male teachers than there are now, though.
There also used to be a lot more women into tech too, than there are now. It was weird.
I think that was there was a switch in the 70s about hardware and software. I don't know. I remember hearing something. I think Felfart did a video on it. I can't remember exactly, but but in the late 70s there was a switch, and they went into a different direction.
Well,
games, but it's what video games are made of now is because of that switch.
Well, information technology. I had a really good IT teacher, and he was asking everybody, so what's the greatest information technology tool out there? And there's everyone putting their hands up. Is it email? Is it television? Is it this? And he just slowly raises up a pencil. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the thing. This is the daddy. This is the one. This is the information technology, the tool that has lasted us through the centuries. This is the thing that is actual proper technology for information. This is what they use in space. The Americans spent $1 million, God knows how much even more, developing a pen that can work in space, and the Russians just took up pencils. Was Lee, greetings, my man.
Oh, I was.
If you'd like to pop yourself on, mate, I can fashion you with a Hangout link there.
I thought it was on.
But from what I understand, I mean, when it comes to information technology, you see, we're actually talking about secretarial times. And back in the day, programming a computer was done.
It's impossible.
It was done. You had a lot of communication between actual human beings before everyone starts entering punch cards and whatnot. And this is where the ladies actually did themselves a great service. Guys, we hate humans. We're just not big people. Some of us are, some of us aren't. But for communication, ladies do it best. when programming became a very solitary affair, that's when the guys started to take over, I found.
Yeah, that's what I
Well-
think the switch was.
Yeah, well, the thing is even though programming may be a solitary thing, level 1, level 2, and level 3 technicians is predominantly human contact. You have to interact with people. You can't do your job without actually interacting with someone. And so you do have a social environment.
I think more than anything else, JJ, what do you do for a living? If that's too horrible to ask.
Sorry. I go to school. I don't work during the school year.
Damn you.
So what are you going to school for?
Yeah, what are you careering as? What do you fancy?
My major is English, so I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it, of course. But I've got a couple years to figure.
Like every
Well,
single.
I want
student.
you to do this though. If you're going to English major in English, which is not English, the other way I said it, go into video game story arc writing. And so, what that means is that you're basically writing and constructing scripts for video games. Because a lot of people, a lot of the Gamergate people ended up arguing over you can't have a moral story in video games. You shouldn't
That's
have
stupid.
it. It's like that is dumb.
Who said that?
And that's wrong.
What people in
Somebody.
Gamergate are saying that?
No,
Point them out
justice-
to me. I
the
must shame them.
anti-social justice Group that.
All
that
right.
were-
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, you know who it is. It was the bunch of people who were talking about, we shouldn't have politics in our games. We shouldn't have this. We shouldn't have that. It's like
Well, it was
you can
politics in the
have that
review.
if you, and
It's
well,
like
it was also in the game too. It was they were like anti-political games. Like when they were talking about Gone Home, or they were talking about what's the other one? Zoe Quinn's game. So they're talking about the Christian Quest. It's like you can have all of that in a game. It just has to be written well. The reason those games are awful and we don't like them is because they're not written or constructed well. There are games that have those actual structures in them, and they only focus on one particular thing, but there's still the underlying story works well. Because it's not just, it's not something that no one can relate to. It's not something that no one can understand. It's not something that no one can comprehend. Like, the Cat Lady is a great example of someone going through depression and mentally figuring it out for themselves. Working through real-life situation, some weird real-life situation, but going through a situation in which they figured out their own depression.
But we're well
and
off the
moved
rails
past
now, Boom. So I'm going to swing. I'm going to just steer this train back onto it. I'm going to concentrate on JJ. And what happened with you and Jenny exactly? I mean, have you been in contact with her, or is she basically just decided I'm going to pick on this one? What exactly is the story here? Just for me, I don't know all of this, so enlighten me,
Before
please.
this happened, before she flipped out and started doxing everybody.
Before she flipped out, I don't remember this bit.
Okay, well, Jenny and I used to be friends. Yes, I know, it's terrible.
It's
Fuck her.
okay. It's okay. You could still be friends again. I don't know.
Think so. People told me that she was crazy, and I kind of didn't believe them. And if I'm being honest, and I'll be honest here, I probably was more lenient towards her craziness because her politics aligned with mine.
We can all fall into that trap. Believe it or not, JJ, that happens in a lot of sides on this one as well. It's not just for the social justice warrior side. Everyone's got their crazies. Believe me.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah, one day we had a disagreement, and she's flipped out and made a bunch of videos about me, including videos that have clips of my younger siblings.
Echo, guys, echo.
Hey,
I think that's
Charm.
you charming. Yeah.
Sorry,
Just getting a bit of feedback there.
Sorry, I
Sorry.
banged my thingy.
Carry on, Jenny. Sorry.
Did you
JJ.
call me Jenny?
I'm sorry.
Well, her initials are JJ, so
Yeah. What is
Jenny
your
just
first?
came
What is
out.
your first name there, just to help me out?
My first name?
Yeah.
Jenna.
Jenna. Okay, Jenna it is.
Yeah, so she made a bunch of videos about me and tweeted about me nonstop, and I was like, okay, you're crazy. But now she's, well, there's been a Twitter account made that's posting my phone number, and Jenny's the only person who follows it. So that's a little bit, convenient.
Far too convenient.
See, we're getting into the personal here, and if Jenny, you are listening, according to Wosley, calm down. You're a grown-up, allegedly, and we're talking about ideas here, and you're concentrating on people. You have a look out there, there's a quote out there about who concentrates on people and who concentrates on ideas. Calm yourself. Take a breath. Think about what you're doing. I beg you. Yeah, so please carry on, JJ.
No, that's pretty much it. She just, flipped a switch one day and decided she hated me.
Well, I'm sure this is due to something. I mean, what exactly? And I hate to use the word.
All right.
Let's see those KPS. Come on.
Light
There we
nighting,
go.
aren't we?
Rolling the dice. We're back on. Sorry about that. Now and again it does happen. I live in
What the
London.
hell?
I've got a lot of contention.
Is there a watch link for this?
Yeah, sure. Let me just
Yeah,
get that
hold
for
on.
you.
I got you.
Will you DM it to me or something? Thank you.
Better idea.
Alright,
Just post it in chat. This one, anyway. The chat on the side.
Well, I can't see the chat because I don't have the watch link.
Oh right. I don't think.
Oh, no, I meant the Hangout chat.
No, I
Unless
don't.
you're on a phone.
So yeah. Anyway, Jenny. So explain to us what's happened. What was the name of this person again?
Sequester Zone.
Sequester Zone. Okay. So let's go through. Let's go down the numbers. What the hell happened here with Sequester Zone?
So essentially, him and another female YouTuber were like kind of, I don't know, had a little relationship going.
Bow chicka wow wow, yeah.
And she started saying that he was abusive to her, even though they've never met in real life. Let me just say that. And then
Okay.
I did find that odd.
apparently, one of his ex-girlfriends in real life contacted this online girlfriend and was like, he abused me, and Jenny found out about this and essentially was like, oh, he would never do that, you guys are such liars, blah blah blah. I was kind of like on the sideline watching this happen, and then one day Jenny decided that Sequester Zone come in and got mad at me for not disassociating with him completely immediately.
So there's that. I believe there was also a video that you'd posted, this is quite a while ago as well, which was highlighted by a lot of people in sort of like the anti-social justice, where you'd actually had a few people sort of approach you in rather a lewd fashion.
The harassment video?
Yes. Could you sort of maybe go through that a little bit with me?
Wasn't that in the same video? Oh, I thought that was in the same video, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were. I mentioned Sequester Zone in that video as well, but he wasn't like messaging me or anything.
I always felt sorry for him because he hadn't done anything wrong. It's just people were throwing empty accusations at him.
At least there's no evidence that he did anything wrong.
Well, it seems these days that an evidence of an accusation is enough for some. I mean, we've seen this recently with a porn star who basically had somebody openly accuse them of raping them on Twitter. They don't go to the police. They go on Twitter and say it. And then you've got
that pissed me off.
And
I mean,
to be honest with you, if this person is in fact guilty, and this is all true, that was the worst way that you could possibly do it. And and I'm saying this to this person: if you are in fact the victim of this, you have actually scuppered your own chances here, because now what you've done is you've actually put yourself into the wrong position when it comes to this sort of thing. If you have
but see, let's be honest. How many of these cases actually turn out to be true when they post it on social media?
Well, we don't really know, but
Whether they're
Well,
true
no,
or
that's
not,
true, but
That's
whether they're true or
irrelevant.
not is
Whether or
irrelevant,
not
yeah.
how many cases are true or false, it matters whether or not there's evidence. So there could be 50 million cases of false reports on one person, but if there's one legitimate case in which has evidence to show that they did do something, they did do something.
well, so far there's no evidence. Unless I miss something. I don't know. But
So
for now,
what I was saying is though, whether or not there is cases of false or true claims, you have to weigh each claim by itself with the evidence presented.
But Jenny,
Otherwise,
you were talking about the fact that you'd been approached by a few people within your own community in a rather over-the-top fashion. If you want to go through that with us.
Yeah, there was one YouTuber in particular whom Jenny has mentioned in her videos about me, of course. That was said some pretty disgusting things and did so both privately and publicly. And I was kind of fed up, and I was like, all you male feminists ever do is talk about how this behavior isn't acceptable, and now you're all doing it. Like, what?
Well, you always suffer the problem of a wolf in sheep's clothing, of course. There's the well, there's have you ever heard of airport's law?
No.
Anyone want to say that one for me?
I don't know it.
Airport.
I wish I did.
Okay, Airport was sort of like a reasonably prominent tweeter, if you like. She actually did a bit of work with Lou Gamer as well, and she basically said it's almost guaranteed that some beta male is basically trying to butter up a she-twink in order that maybe one day she'll fuck him. And
that is true. I believe that 100%.
Well, you can, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily. I'm not 100% on anything, mate. I'm skeptical of whether I'm actually.
Okay, fair enough. 90%.
But it's the very idea. The possibility of this can't escape anybody. That we've seen this within. I mean, have you been following Gamergate, Jenna?
I have a little bit more recently, since I've made some Gamergate friends, but prior to that, I kind of really didn't know what was going on at all.
Are you much of a geek, much of a gamer?
Not really, no.
All right, fair enough. So it's rather escaped you, because I mean it's been
You're a bit of a nerd, though. You do an English degree. That's pretty nerdy.
Well, it's been a bit of a battleground for the social justice tribe, egged on by the games media in order to cover their asses. And it's, well, how can I say this?
it's the classic divide and conquer technique.
It's a great dynamic. What's happened is that they've labelled pretty much everybody who was basically kind of going, hang on a second, the gaming press are a fucking a disgrace. They just have their opinions bought. They're essentially, prostitutes. I think that's a beautiful way of saying it, isn't it?
Prostitute. I love that portmanteau.
Yeah. They're basically guns for hire. They'll say whatever the fuck they like. They'll say whatever the hell they can to get out of any responsibility, all this sort of business. And what they did was they decided to label us as right-wing reactionaries. And what this does is, of course, it puts anybody off who may be a lefty. And that's the plan. Is to get the left to basically attack us. But what it also does is it actually gets the right to come in and think they've got some kindred spirits. I have literally had people who have considered themselves part of this Gamergate movement or whatever like that, who were actual misogynists, actual right-wing, sort of like white power, they're putting hashtag Gamergate, hashtag white genocide and crap like that. And this is all just to muddy those waters up. And this is, it's a great way to basically, turn everybody off, because all they see is fight and vitriol and hate, and none of the ideas get discussed anymore. And that's the point I'm trying to make here, is that with atheism plus, and with it's still atheism plus, really, to be honest with you. We're not fighting Christians here, folks. This is a fight within atheist circles, social justice warriors versus anti. The Christians are egging on. The right wing are egging it on, but they're not really part of it, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah.
Well,
This is why it bugged
does
me every
depend.
time people would go after social justice, but would forget that you actually have to go after ethics. And the reason you go after ethics is because once you've instilled ethical principles and a system of ethics, you can hold them not just liable, but legally liable.
Everybody to account, whether they be left, whether they be right, whether they be up, whether they be down, whoever. Everyone plays by the same rules.
Yeah, and so you need to instill these principles in order to prevent anybody from breaking that, but you also have to instill it at the highest level, which was the editors-in-chief. They have to back these principles too, and if they're not backing these principles, and they're willing to do unethical things, which actually not just are unethical, but violate people by causing them harm.
And guess what, Jenny? You're ending up in that unethical field at this point. Yeah. Now you're thinking, well, they do it to me. Well, I mean, and that's even if you're doing it on your most innocent level. I'm struggling to think that you're actually doing this on a point of good faith, to be frank, judging by your abortion of a YouTube channel. Unethical behavior, whether you be in any community, whatever you're doing and stuff like that, is undermining your own position. And go for the ideas, folks. And I'm saying this to any of you sort of like, you're just getting onto your feet with YouTube and stuff like that, and you're doing reaction videos to people and stuff like that. Concentrate on the ideas.
Yeah, and actually that goes into the E2 fallacy, which is you're also doing this, therefore it's okay for me to do it. It's like it's irrelevant of what someone else is doing. It matters what you're doing. Someone else could be shooting off a bunch of people in the face. It does not mean that you get to go and then take guns and shoot them in the face too. That's not how the law works. That's not how reason and logic work.
It may cost you a few YouTube followers. It may.
Yeah.
It may. It may. And that is the military-industrial complex that you have. Are you here for the war? Or are you here for the ideas? Are you here to battle and just basically, fling shit at an opponent? Because if it is, basically what we're ending up is that the only people that are actually going to win out from this are going to be those that basically use passive aggressiveness as, a way of being.
Yeah. But yeah, social ethics is actually a system you can put in place to prevent anyone's ideology, regardless of left or right, from interfering with the system. It's a counterbalance.
Yeah, pardon us for putting a dampener on everyone's fun. Because of course we've all got that little guilty streak in us where we want to basically poke fun at our opponents and stuff like that. But if it's proactive, it's going to get something done. There's Nick Garoff, who's really good, a really good speaker, who's actually going to be putting something up about on Occupy about our little problem with the over-vitriolic left. And I would say this to anybody who considers themselves a left-leaner and you think that doing it in a radicalized format is the way forward. You are the biggest advert for the right wing. The best advert for the right wing. You are the loony left. And that's what they need. There are people out there these days that have a political outlook which is, if it pisses off the other side, then I'm in. And that is possibly the worst possible way to go about doing anything in politics. That'll get people killed eventually. That's how books get burned. Would anyone like to retort? More vitriol!
Is my mic on?
Yes, hello Helena.
Hello, how are you?
Greetings, welcome.
Thank you. So as a mainstream outsider, it really looks to me like Gamergate is a lot of trouble, and Gamergate is insidious, and Gamergate trolls, and Gamergate makes up crap about journalism and targets people, and that's the way it looks. And I've gotten. I mean, it's only my second hang about this.
Gamergate makes up a lot of bad things about the press, according to the press.
Yeah.
Coincidentally.
Yes. Coincidentally. And this is only my second. I'm just. But
Oh, by the way, JJ Undoomed says hi.
Hello. Nice.
I'm sorry
Hello,
about that.
Undoomed.
No, he's not in here. He's gonna go to sleep because he's been up for 22 hours, so he couldn't make it.
I didn't realize Undoomed did a video on you.
Undoomed until Leader did.
I think so. I remember someone maybe tweeting me about it.
Don't worry, I don't hate you.
Oh, I'm so glad you don't hate me. Thank you.
You know what? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this because I'm actually this is called the open house for a reason. Yeah, this is imagine yourself in a real life RPG. Okay. When I first did the open house, I said to all of my guests, imagine yourself walking through the lobby of a hotel. You see the bar just in front of you, and just over to your right is a lovely sort of oval-shaped wooden table, very low, a perfect sort of height for your coffee cup, and about 8 or 9 seats just sat round, and the bar and the band area just behind us, and I'm sitting just on your left, asking you what you'd like to drink. What would you like? What's your drink, guys? What's your poison of choice?
AMF.
Because I got John the doorman, yeah. He's not really a bartender or anything like that, but he's bored as hell over here, yeah. So I can ask John. John, can I get a double brandy, no ice? Thanks, mate. So
Are you really in a hotel? I'm confused.
would
now.
anyone like anything?
I feel like I'm on a lot of drugs right now.
This is role play. Just imagine yourself in a hotel lobby right now, nice and relaxed. There's just a little jukebox going on in the background with some jazz music and stuff like that, and it's just us just talking crap about the day. That's
White Russian.
That is the
Give me a
whole
White
point
Russian.
of this place, yeah. And if enemies can come in and talk to each other in a nice, relaxed sort of format, great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's where things get solved. Over a drink and
JJ,
an oversized cigar.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that Helena mentioned was how Gamergate puts, there is some misinformation that did get put out at certain points where you actually, if you went to the original sources, it didn't match, somebody edited it, what have you. But the thing that was important, and a lot of people adopted this, and you can see it with a lot of stuff that gets out there now, is that they have archive links. Instead of using the Wayback Machine, because the Wayback Machine can allow people for them to delete it, the archive, and this was important, is that the archive's policies, they won't delete it unless something has to order it. There has to be a judge that tells them they have to remove it. And so the archives became far more important, more prevalent in the early on beginning, due to the fact that if you didn't have an archive link, 1 million people would ask you, what's the source? Where did you get this from? Where did the original image come from? And so you have the archive link, which actually linked to and showed the original source, because manufacturing an archive link web page takes way more work than most people want to put into it. It takes so much work,
At least for
to
free.
fake a web page that looks identical to the real thing and alter stuff that you actually you might as well just post a fake image. at that point. It's way easier and it's way more convenient, and you can just ignore people asking you for the original stuff. But that's for anything that anybody puts out. Even what was his name? William Usher. Even when he posted something, I asked him what was the original source. Can you provide me the original source? He didn't actually provide in the post, where it had Dead or Alive saying they weren't going to distribute into America. He didn't actually include an archive link or the original source. So I asked him, what was the original source, and he provided it.
Laughing
but
Witch Exposed is in here. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's the thing that happens.
Hello, Laughing
most
Witch
with
Exposed. If you would like to pop on and have a chat with us, I'm all for it. If you have a look to the bottom right-hand side of the screen there, it says @RSOLGTP. Just pop me a little message on Twitter, give us a follow, and I can DM you the Hangout list.
Yeah.
And you can pop yourself in and say hi to everybody.
Yeah. And I won't deny crazy people in either side, because that just happens. I mean, that's with anything, you're gonna get somebody who's outlandish, completely outlandish.
And yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a weird one, this particular channel, it seems. It's not a reaction channel. It's not sort of like throwing vitriol at the other side. It is, more than anything else, asking for maybe us to calm this down a little bit. It's about the ideas, folks.
I was interested in sort of getting to, right? So
carry on, Helena. Sorry
okay.
for the interruption. You've just talk over me. It's the only way.
So at this point, it's just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, and somebody's got to take the first step and quit with the crap. So I really hate it when I see the sort of these new feminists pulling the same crap. So it doesn't even matter really where the origins are, or who went first. That's my opinion. I think that there's got to be a way for I don't know, a truce or something, so that you guys will quit doxing one another. Well, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
I'll interrupt you there, Helena. You've got to remember, that we've got a lot of people in their 20s, they've got a lot of things to put out there, and some of it is wrong. And there's going to be somebody out there that wants to point out that that's wrong. And that's okay. And,
of course, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is when it gets
personal. You're not going to couch, cunt this, cunt that, I'm going to kill you, death threats, swatting, all that shit. It cannot be considered criticism. So don't even go there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about legit criticism. I'm talking about the crap. And
it
now
may be followed with a little swear word, mind. I know. Look, you're how old your kid?
She's 14.
She's 14. So
yeah, and she's really struggling. She's a good gamer. She wants to become a gamer. She was interested in the field, and there's no place for her. And I think that really sucks.
Well, there is a place for her, but what you've also got to understand is this is the big bad world, and whoever you are, whether you're boy or girl, you are going to have to get a bit tough when you get out there, because there's everybody else there is trying to get a piece as well.
No.
Yes, but internet crap.
One thing first, before we continue. No one considered doxing or death threats as criticism. That is not criticism. That's actually, by the FBI standards, illegal on a certain level. The death threats are illegal. The doxing is in a gray area because it's not too defined very well.
It's certainly more than rude, though.
Yeah, and if you do it vindictively, it's considered harassment. So there's that.
Remember what I said, Helena? Just interrupt this.
I'm just agreeing. It's certainly rude. I see, and the thing is the internet is still new enough that the people who are on it, especially the young people who are on it, can turn it into whatever it is they want it to be. And it's right now, you kids, are turning it into a cesspool. And I think that really sucks. And I think that the kids have the power to make the internet more like real life than less like real life.
Well,
and-
here's an interesting thing that I sort of came upon really is that, for example, like we have, there are two sort of sides to this. You have some people who are in anonymous culture who don't want any names really. They would prefer to be just labeled as anonymous. You'll find them in image post boards, they're called.
Yeah, I don't even want to click on those because I'm too scared of all you guys.
4chan, 8chan, that sort of thing.
4chan, 8chan, Baphomet.
Well,
I don't even click because who knows what you'll do.
Baphomet is a board.
Yeah.
You know what?
You know
depends
internet
where you are.
forums, Helena? You remember internet forums, yeah?
No, yeah, sure.
And
I understand the idea.
It's just essentially that, but without names.
I personally go on those. I posted spoilers, disclaimer, whatever the hell, and you know, you do run the risk, but at the same time, be a risk taker. Well, not you personally, but you know what I mean.
Well, I would say, and I've talked to a lot of people in Chan culture and stuff like that, and to be honest with you, yeah, the majority of them are A-OK. They just don't want, you know, in many cases, they're happy to have their anonymity. They don't want to be a name. They don't want to be associated with anything. They just want to say what they want to say. That's it.
Yeah, you know, we don't feel a repercussion.
Yeah,
you know, it makes sense.
Well, this goes into the point that I was actually trying to make earlier, is that we also have people who do want to say, this is me, this is what I think. Okay. Now, what's going on here is you actually have two types of millennial. You have one type of millennial that wants to put themselves out there, their face out there, yeah. And when they get vitriol thrown at them, the people pick on their face or their weight or their height or whatever like that, yeah. They want that stopped. They don't like their little fifis getting hurt. No.
I'm not one of them. I was actually born in 1984, so I'd be considered a millennial.
Well, guess what? The same is true if you were to look into Chan culture. They're both sides are shit scared of anyone picking on them. Just one side wants to basically legislate against it, and the other side wants to make everybody anonymous so that they don't have to actually have it thrown at them. But at the end of the day, we're looking at basically 20-somethings here who are acting like 8-year-olds, who are afraid of someone coming at them and calling them a nasty name.
Well, this is why I want to bring up, you know, this is one of the reasons I wanted to come in here, because we've got Charming in here and Boom, although you're not quite as active as before, but Vindicator. I mean, you guys, look, Thunderfoot is over, right? He's a little bit passé. So
well, he's got 400,000 subs. I hardly say he's over.
I mean that he's not a big innovator anymore. He had his innovation time period, right? You are the innovator.
I'm not doing anything radically different from him.
I'm the innovator here. I'm asking everybody to calm the fuck down.
I just do what I do. I'm not innovating.
That's the new.
Everything on YouTube has already been done. It's just how you do it now, in my opinion.
Okay, fine. How you do it matters, though, I think. And I just want to make a plea for the young guys in here, Boom and JJ and Charming, and you know, you've got more power than you think you do, and I don't think you need to be stooping.
Well, I don't think he does. I actually have got a lot of affection for Charming Man.
Well, I'm not saying I don't have affection. I'm just
no,
making a plea.
No, I mean about his style of YouTubeage. You know, if you can imagine, he doesn't really stoop to personal attacking, really. He does, however, highlight bad behavior.
I do insult people. I've called people idiots.
Yes.
But I guess that's not. I guess that's different to, you know, doxing and shit.
Well, that's not quite.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, well, there's a difference between calling someone an idiot and explaining why.
I do. I explain first, then go idiot.
This is why you're a moron, and I wholeheartedly accept that as that is not an ad hominem. You know, an ad hominem is to say this person's an idiot. You should not listen to them.
Well, an ad hominem is this person's an idiot. Therefore, what he's saying has no relevance.
Yeah, precisely. So you know, and I've said this before. It's about the ideas, folks. try not to concentrate on the people. You know, I have a terrible taste in my mouth having to actually bring Bumblebee up again. Because oh my God, she's been one of the worst offenders herself. But you know, through her, she's not exactly the oldest person in the world. So you know, you can allow for personal growth, and I think she's at least seen it from both sides of this argument. So you know, I'm willing to give everybody in my own mind. And remember, internet, you're actually after my my idea of what is good and right. Nobody else's. You know, this is my internet. I made this. Okay, this is my planet, and you know, you have to come to me and make. You know, this is Oh, Undoomed. Let's give you a link. See if you can pop yourself in here.
Yeah.
Now, Undoomed is fantastic, by the way. I believe he's just gone through quite a high subscriber count recently, so it'd be nice to have him on.
By the way, just so you know, Robin has his bandwidth turned to just images, so he can't see if anyone turns on the camera or do anything on their icons. He can't actually see that.
Yeah.
Also, turning on the camera to make it obvious I want to speak is useless.
Yeah. So if you're waving at me or anything like that, I can't see it. I'm only interested in your lovely icon.
Okay. So the other thing too is that with the whole this is where I came up with the fallacy, the no fallacy, which is where you're saying a fallacy to negate any argument whatsoever. There is no actual fallacy in the argument. It's just you're saying it's a red herring, it's this or that. Which is why I also came up with the principle of if you actually state a fallacy, you're supposed to explain how that fallacy negates someone's argument. You can't just say, well, it's fallacious. You have to explain why. You can't just be a lazy asshole. You actually have to do the work.
even if that would say, well, yeah, the arguments sort of the ethic behind the argument may fall into that fallacy argument. You still have to actually explain that it is a fallacy.
Yeah,
it may be right.
Get away with laziness.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, have you ever heard of the naturalist fallacy?
Yeah.
Saying it's always been this way, so and thus it is. And it's like, well, you can't argue with gravity on that one. For example, gravity, it's just not going to move for you, no matter how much you argue with it. So you can't really call that you'd say, well, gravity's always going to be around. It's always been around. It's never going to go anywhere. And you can say, well, that's just a naturalist fallacy. And it's go, well, it's not a fallacy. It's fucking true. And we are in this. I did a show recently with some guys called the Salt Mine, where we went through the 300 different genders that have percolated out of Tumblr. And my God, yes.
Different gender, 300 different...
300 different varieties of gender. And afterwards, I didn't even know what gender was. And this is what happens when somebody says that, say, gender is a social construct. It encourages this idea, well, I can just pick any old gender I like at this point. I'm just going to make it up as I go along. But the problem with this, of course, is that, and TERFs, for example, trans-exclusionary feminism, pushes this forward. Because, of course, that means that, men and women, we just think exactly the same. We've just been told that we think differently. The problem that you have at this point is that anyone who is actually trans, who identifies as a woman, who is maybe a man, now is completely excluded in this point of view. Because that actually essentially says that being trans, you're just lying to yourself. So gender dysphoria is just basically someone kidding themselves. If it's a social construct.
Yeah, the idea of gender is a social construct, and that would follow that they're trying to build a social construct.
Yeah, Robin, I got a question for you. I mean, how do you tell the difference between actual sexual dysphoria and
gender dysphoria, not sexual dysphoria?
Oh, sorry, gender dysphoria and a 46-year-old man pretending wanting to be 6 years old.
Well, that's a kink. That's a kink.
Yeah, that's a kink.
That's if you have a look at do you follow Harmful Opinions?
harmful.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, he just released a new video. He's done a little bit of research into this person. Yeah, those adopted parents of his.
Oh my God.
Well, let me quote the line from it, which was amazing. It said, "I don't think that he was so big. I don't think that would fit in here." And then he goes, "It's already in."
What the fuck? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
what the fuck is the only thing you can say to that one? That's worth avoiding that. The fact that the news went with it, and this shows you the state of the press that we have these days.
I could tell straight away it was a fake. He was a fake.
Well, I wasn't going to go
faking
down that. I didn't want to touch it, to be perfectly frank. I'm just looking at.
I mean, he could be trans. He could be. It's not that he's trans. It's just that the whole.
Well, no. He's not
story
faking
behind
what
it.
he likes. He's not faking what he likes.
No, well, yeah, that's what I meant. It's like that bit is real, but it's just the whole story behind it was just didn't make sense. It felt.
You know
a bit
what?
odd.
If he wants to be 6 and his adopted father did whatever, does that mean his adopted father's a pedophile? Because
I
he
don't
wants
want
to
to
be
be.
6.
I don't want to be 6.
Well, it's almost like kinking a some sort of paedophilia. It's weird, but to be honest with you, we're talking about 3 consenting adults here. The fact that they start, they have their own children, and they're apparently this person is also playing with them. That's starting to get my weirdometer sort of going. But each to their own. I mean, if this person is playing safe with these kids and just playing with these kids and just being a kid and just playing with them, and as long as they're not really basically doing anything, I'm struggling to find anything wrong. I'm torn. I'm really torn, guys, to be honest.
Dude, me too. Hey, me too. It's just.
I mean, maybe the authorities need to pop round there and just double check. I'm all for an inquiry. I just don't want to be doing it.
I'm sorry to trigger you, Robin.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have brought that up.
I'm a white, straight, heterosexual male. I haven't chosen this sexuality, I'm afraid. It is what I am. What I am. I'm just I'm quite, what people would consider normal, or at least what people are calling it now, cis. Which is just, oh God,
Hold on. Now wait a second. I just want to say one more thing about this whole SJW, anti-SJW, young people crap, and it's this.
They're not all young.
Oh, they are.
They're young.
You're young. Yeah, you're young.
Yeah.
Isn't Kevin Logan in his 40s or something?
No, he's in his 20s, late 20s.
No, he just doesn't eat well.
20?
No, I don't think
He's just from Birmingham.
He's 30 something.
No, he's 27.
Really?
He lives in the north. He just doesn't eat well.
No, he lives in the Midlands.
I thought he was like 40.
I live in the north. That he lives in the Midlands. Get it right.
I don't want. What does it matter at the end of the day? But anyway, carry on, Helena.
Okay, so this is my sort of little theory here. You guys can tell me what you think of it. We are in the middle of like a movement, right? Or these 2 movements, and they're new, and so they're full of young people and all the extra passions that go along with youth. But I think that it's common in every movement. The movement itself is nuts, crazy, insane, radical. And it just is a byproduct of the fact that we're living in one, that it seems like the world is going insane. And that once these 2 sort of fighting internet movements sort of get over themselves, there will be little nuggets of wisdom, and those things will stick around and be embedded into the culture. So that's sort of my thing. So I don't think that this is such a, it's not a matter of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because really, historically, the babies always get tossed, and they should. And what remains after a crazy movement is the bathwater. And the bathwater is where the value is, right? It's in the turds in the bathwater.
You are a terrible mother.
Exactly. I'm confused with this analogy. Why the hell would you throw a baby away? I mean, I guess you could, but it'd be illegal.
Well,
What the fuck?
maybe,
What I mean is that the young people are making the baby, right? And the baby.
Well, most young people have babies in their 30s and 40s now. It's not really.
I don't know where this
Literal.
conversation's going, but I
I
know
know.
it's heading. Wherever it's going, there's a wall in the way.
I can't believe you people don't understand me. The
I'm-
point is,
you're obviously
we should
just
all
beyond
chill
us.
out. We should.
Yeah.
That's it. That's gotta be it.
Yeah.
We should all just chill out over the extremes and the passionate
Over a
and
nice
the
drink.
foolish kill kids and the crap that goes on in universities and how foolish and childish it is, because that is the one thing that is common, throughout time. So we don't need to be freaking out. That's it.
We all have
My
to take.
parents-
We all have to take responsibility for those around us as well. And as we were saying, we're talking about, we've got basically a guy stood in the middle of Yale.
Kevin Logan is 27 in dog years.
Yeah. Okay. You see.
Don't mention dogs. You'll trigger my cat.
Anyway,
Yeah.
if you can imagine, we have a situation where you have a professor in Yale standing there quietly being yelled at by one of their students. And 10 years ago,
I got
that
chills
student-
during those videos.
yeah,
I got
that
chills.
student would have been grabbed by the arm, taken into his office and go, "What the fuck do you think you're talking to? Who the hell do you think you are?"
If you think that would have
can-
happened in
you
Yale
can leave.
10 years ago, you're wrong.
Well, then we had a problem 10 years ago. But if it was me, I would have gone, "You are expelled, young lady.
Hang on.
I am going to go and get somebody who is dying to come in here and get an education, not a home."
Yeah, hang on. What would be a good way of measuring that is people could sign up for scholarships as long as they sign up for corporal punishment. Because, consenting adults at that point.
I'm not talking about whipping them. I'm talking about grabbing them by the arm, taking them into the office and explaining to them quietly, one-on-one, that they've just gone and fucked up.
No,
I did-
it
I
You
is
don't go
the nature.
screaming. You do not go
Uh,
screaming at your teachers.
I got
It
that
is
from
and always has
college
been
just
the
for
nature
saying
of
something
higher
that accidentally
institutions to coddle the children that they are helping to raise. Institutions
That's
have
why
always
they
been like
banned
that.
Pelly when he wrote that pamphlet about atheism.
Mhm.
And that was in the 1800s, people. And
Mhm.
apparently universities are bastions of freedom of speech. No, they're not. They never have been and never will
Sorry,
be.
who are you referring to?
Percy Shelley, the one who
Oh, right, yeah.
wrote
I was
Ozymandias.
thinking of that. As soon as you mentioned atheist pamphlet thing, I was thinking, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, college and university should be able to challenge you. You know what I mean? Any
don't.
idea? Well, nowadays, no. No.
No, they never have. They never have demented.
They never have. The college
They never
universities
have.
haven't changed. They're the same as they always have been.
It's just a
The only
policy.
thing that's changed is what the kids are bitching about.
Hmm.
That's the thing I want to
let's
say.
let's be honest. At some point or another, those college kids were actually bitching about, say, actual equality.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. On the back of that, we now, you've got to understand. And I mean, you must know this, Helena. She's 14 now, so she's just about to enter her streak. This is the point where you get a lot of rebellion, and my generation in the 90s, we would just we were fighting against sort of like I wouldn't say like acute sexism or acute racism, really, but it was more along the lines of, fucking hell, man, really? You really want to? Are you really going to say that? Is that really your position? And we would be, we
Fighting
weren't,
against Jack Thompson.
we weren't,
I mean,
we weren't
Jack
telling people that
Thompson-
they couldn't say that. We were questioning why. Okay, and it was a slow shaming, because we're basically asking, it wasn't.
It
we
was
didn't.
a slow shaming.
Yeah, it was a slow shaming that we were doing, because we were saying, if you imagine, I'm standing, this is the thing, I've said this to a few of my mates, they're kind of going, you're black, have you suffered from racism? Well, I'm white, so I've suffered more. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, because I have to listen to these fuckers because they think they can get away with it with me. They don't do it to you. No, they do it to fucking me because they think that they can talk about the niggers when you're not around. And I'm sitting there kind of going, what the fuck are you saying that shit for? What the hell? You know, that was what my generation. You know, I'm 38 right now, so I'm sort of like, you know, I was up in the 90s, that sort of thing. Then in those sort of days, and I'm questioning these people. You know, yeah, exactly. We had a great time, mate. You missed. Oh, you missed such a fun. Oh my God, it was so good.
I was born after the whole Hacienda thing started to fall apart.
I
Anyway,
apologise. I'm sorry. We had all of your fun for you. But yeah, and it was about questioning it. We didn't basically kind of go, you can't say that, you can't say that, can't say that. No. What we did was we went, why are you saying that? And that's where they all basically clam up. Because when somebody's asking them that, why are you saying that? Why do you think that that's actually appropriate even? We're not telling you. You cannot say that. That's where this particular crop is going wrong. Yeah, let them say that, but don't let them get away with saying that. All you got to do is question it. And that's enough. That's enough to calm them down, because they can't get away with it with you. But if you drive people underground, you drive them to a point where they can't say anything. You end up with places like 4chan and 8chan.
Grey Knight is in here. Grey Knight 777.
Undoomed says, I don't think I never get involved in internet drama. I don't think he can add anything to the discussion. I've just said to him, this is the exact opposite of internet drama, my friend.
Undoomed was in the chat?
No, I'm just talking to him in Twitter right now. And I'm just saying to you, mate, we're all here making friends. Pop yourself in, mate. It's all right.
Yeah, you know, we're all family.
I mean, I know you've had like a video that's actually sort of like taken down JJ, but I'm sure she's human enough to basically have a normal chat with you.
Yeah, she seems.
No, I might cry.
She's triggered. Oh my God.
Hurting my feelings.
But can I ask you, JJ? I mean,
hurt?
you know, you travel within these circles. I mean, you must. I mean, obviously, you've seen this with Jenny McDermott and stuff like that. I mean, you must be holding your head in your hands half the time with some of the people that are advocating for social justice.
Me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I mean, you know, you might.
I have seen that face of many different groups. Gamergate, social justice. There's a lot of crazy people. I definitely do not support a lot of the SJWs on YouTube. Some of them I'm friends with, but some of them are just, you know, crazy.
The reason you have a bunch of crazy people who are the most outspoken is because it's something
attraction.
to do.
It's the brightest light's always the most attractive to look at. You know, we're moths to a flame a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's something to do. So it's like, I have an opinion, and I agree with this particular opinion, but my opinion's over here towards the left side of the corner. And so they then go talk and say, I represent this, and I associate with this label, but my ideas aren't even covered by that label because of reasons, and that I'm going to dictate in 500 videos.
Squeaky, your invite has been sent. Squeaky the First, whoever you may be. But you know, I'm feeling a little warm feeling right now. I can't link web addresses in here. No, I'm afraid you can't. Laughing Witch exposed. Could you possibly, if you may, just send me a little tweet at RSOLGTP? Give us a follow, and I can DM you a link to this hangout. You can pop yourself in and have a chat with everybody.
We don't bite.
And like I said, if anybody would like a drink,
I only bite if you want me to.
Yeah, and if anybody would like a drink, I can get John to serve up. So I mean, what sort of drink do you like there, Helena? What's your poison of choice?
I don't care.
Yeah, my kind of lady.
This is good.
Okay, let's get a double whiskey for this one, mate. Rocky.
Squeaky.
Nice.
Hello.
I'm drinking some vegetable thing called Naked.
It's a B-lister invasion.
It's alright. There's no corking fee here.
But yeah, the other thing too, Helena has basket. You'll find a lot of people.
Yeah. We've known each other for like, I don't know, what, 2 years. Handbasket. All right, go on. What? Tell me. You're so sweet. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, the thing is that a lot of us here, including Robin, me, and pretty much Shrek, and a bunch of people, and at least the people I hang out with, we make fun of Thunderfoot all the fucking time. We commentate how stupid he is. I mean, there's entire boards that I've seen comment how dumb he is. They may agree with him on some things, but they also disagree with him on a lot.
Well,
That does make him dumb.
let's be frank. There's not any of us here that are going to agree on everything. The only person I agree with on everything is me. I mean, let's be honest. You know, I'm that egotistical. No, you're never going to agree on everything, but at least we can come to agreements on some things, and those are the things that we really need to actually concentrate on more than anything else. I mean, we've got the Ralph retort who's just about to go live stream right now. That's somebody who's never going to agree with anybody on anything because he thrives upon that. That's his bag, you know.
Aww,
And,
Ralph.
yeah, I mean, for God's sake, it's like, I don't give a fuck. It's like, you don't give a fuck, so you're not worth listening to. Okay. You know, why listen to anybody who doesn't give a shit? I mean, what service do they perform? You know? I mean, you know, JJ, I mean, what... I've been trying over the last sort of year and a half to actually get some people here who were anti-Gamergate to come and have a chat with us and stuff like that. Open, please, come in. Talk
I
to
used
us.
to be.
The
But
thing is,
then
you
I
got
got
the
to more
Gamergate. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm talking to JJ, guys. And and in this particular one, I've now sort of like come away from Gamergate and stuff like that. I've left the open house open because a few people still want it running around. I enjoy it on a Friday, that sort of thing. But I have an interest in the atheist thing. I've always been a bit weirded out by the whole community thing. What is it about Americans and having meetings? I mean, it's atheism, guys. It's like, okay, theism, turn up to this thing, go and do this, follow these particular rules, follow this particular doctrine, and atheism is exactly not that. And, the idea
It's a sense of community.
yeah, the atheist community was always a bit of a weird one for me. I've always been a bit tentative about the concept as a whole, but I sort of get it. I understand, especially in America as well, you do have a fervent religious sort of bunch out there, a little bit weird. So, I get it. I get it. I can imagine a lot of you probably feel a little isolated depending on where, in what pockets of the Bible Belt you're in. But yeah, there's no doctrine here. There are fucking idiots who are atheists out there. There are misogynists that are atheists. There are feminists that are atheists. Everybody, but you don't get to decide who an atheist is by their doctrine.
It's like neutral Scotsman, basically.
Yeah, exactly. An atheist is simply someone who does not really follow the whole God thing. That's it. Everything else is open season.
Yeah, have you know that if you don't eat your porridge with salt, you're not a true Scotsman.
Talk to me, wins like that, you swing the yard!
I'll get you!
Who the fuck is salt on their porridge? Seriously.
People do, actually.
Really? Ugh.
Yeah, if they add a bit too much sugar, it always takes the edge off.
Yeah, I like sugar.
But yeah, let's have what's people saying in the chat side here. Lol, it doesn't hurt my feelings any. She can call me all the names she wishes, but don't care. My mother and aunts have done many worse. Nothing on YouTube can be worse than the stuff they have done.
To
That's
be fair,
from
right?
Sabella Shepherd.
I think you old guys give us kids too much credit. I think.
Well,
honestly.
no, we've got we've
the
got
hell much comedy?
guys. We have to give you credit. We don't have any other choice.
I have a question really quickly.
Sure.
Go on.
2 new people joined. Can you introduce yourself so I can
that
know
me?
what to call? No.
Yeah,
You're one of them.
I'm Squeaky the First.
The first.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Cat Guy?
Oh, me. Hello. I go by Aethrin, the Prince of Spurgundy,
It's Kevin!
God.
Get away!
which is, of course, an autism joke.
Okay,
It's
Squeaky.
fine, 'cause I'm
Would you like
autistic.
would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself for the audience at large and JJ too, and me? I don't know.
Well, about me, I would consider myself an egalitarian of human rights. I advocate on the men's side, but I'd say I advocate for women's rights as well. And I'm just kind of sort of very worried about this whole sort of like SJW kind of thing, and the whole sort of doxing kind of stuff. Maybe things getting a bit too out of hand. Because I'm worried about a point one, this thing's going to tip quite far, and maybe something.
Why are you going
really
back and
bad's gonna
forth?
happen.
I'm just wondering.
Because he's TJ, motherfucker. That's why.
Well,
Well, I mean,
it is a worry
if you
for
look at-
everybody.
Holy!
Oh,
Hey everyone,
Undoomed.
Undoomed is here.
Oh, fuck
Hello
me.
there,
I've
mate.
been up for 24 hours, so don't expect any miracles here.
Oh, my moron, how are you?
Hello, mate. I'd just like to.
Yeah,
I'd just like to say, production value kicks ass.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
you-
do my best.
From a special effects artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done,
The
mate.
pony
You
approves.
put a lot of effort into your
Hey,
video.
Undoomed, did you come through the Stargate?
Oh yeah, I live on the other side of the Stargate.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah.
You've been through the
You
Stargate
aren't.
and
Yes,
then
you
Rolls
aren't.
I don't
For once, you're not taking part in internet drama. This is.
I never take part in internet drama.
This is
Well,
like
let's see,
the
say
exact
himself.
opposite of internet drama. We have mutual enemies here, all sitting down, having a drink and chilling.
That's awesome.
See,
Sounds
you know,
like
you know
I
what it is?
don't care about all your Jenny McDermott shit and all that stuff. So.
Well, I'm really highlighting the fact that we have somebody who is really going a little too far, and I'm using her really as a highlight here for. This can go from either side of whatever argument. Really, is that we've got where vitriol comes to a point where with it's ends justify the means here. And I was looking at Jenny McDermott's videos here, and I don't even know whose side she's on at this point.
Like,
Yeah, no idea.
I
Jenny
know.
McDermott's pretty much the one person I'm never going to respond to.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think she's worth responding to. Like, I don't know. Everyone's saying she's a troll. I'm not 100% sure on that because I can't really, I don't really speak her as a 100%, but I'm fairly sure she's in it partly to write.
Attention is the word, I feel.
Yeah, she's
One of-
not worth it.
And here's the thing, and I was saying this earlier, guys, is that the brightest lights out there, those are usually the things that are on fire.
Yes, or the sun.
Yeah.
But one of the
Reach
things
for the
that
stars
will bring
and
us
don't get too
that'll bring us to a realm of rationale and humanity. One of the worst parts of humanity is the logical fallacy of spite. It's one of the things that we have to learn the most about because we do it the most often, which has the most consequences. I don't like you, therefore you're wrong, or I'm going to do something to you because I don't like you, or I'm going to do something because I don't like someone. And this was a more like the main portion of philosophy of understanding humankind and the moral philosophies that we have is an attempt to get around that spite fallacy. Is attempts to, you wouldn't want this done upon yourself, so you wouldn't do this to them. You wouldn't want this done upon your worst enemy, is some of the
The
phrases.
golden
that-
rule, basically.
Yeah.
That's a good rule.
Yeah, and so the principle of the argument of spite and the fallacies of spite are the fallacy of anger, the fallacy of rage and that kind of stuff. I'm justified in doing this evil action because I'm pissed off.
And then you
Or
end up
in-
getting people like Donald Trump.
Yep.
This
And
is what
we end
happens,
up
guys.
we end up getting the Taliban, and we end up getting a lot of groups having the grounds to go after countries with the moral high ground because we hurt them a lot.
Escalation upon escalation just escalates more escalation.
Yeah. Violence begets more violence.
Vengeance begets vengeance.
Precisely.
Yes.
And we are looking at that right now within these particular circles. And this is why, and if you are listening, Jenny, wow, calm down, please. Could you?
This is why Batman
Would
is
ya?
a villain, not a hero.
It's what? Batman is a hero.
Oh man,
No, he
you
is a
should've-
villain.
Oh, on Friday, yeah. We usually do the open house on Friday. You're all invited to come back on Friday, guys. It's always good fun. I actually did a dramatic reading of a passage, but I can't remember where it was actually out, but it was really good. And it was actually about the radicalization of Luke Skywalker.
What, did he go to the dark side?
No.
Well, that is the theory.
Let me see if I can find this up, and I might actually do
To
it.
be fair
again.
though,
It's the
the
reverse.
theory has like one bit of evidence that could point to that. In the Return of the Jedi, he wears black, and in Star Wars, if you wear black, you're evil. If you wear white, you're good. But
I'm not saying the Death Star was an inside job, but it did seem a bit forced.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, for you, we're going to have a repeat, guys. Okay, this is the radicalization of Luke Skywalker, a Jedi's path to jihad. Right? Here it comes. Bear with me, folks. With the
I love this one. I actually retweeted that out there.
With the imminent release of the new Star Wars film, The Force Awakens, many theatergoers are rewatching the original movies to reacquire themselves with those stories from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This time, however, they may find themselves surprised by how much the film's characters and themes echo the current war on terror. While some put forth persuasive arguments as to why the Galactic Empire were actually the good guys and the Rebel Alliance bad, an explanation by Jonathan V. Is an excellent follow-up by Sonny Bunch. The recent online discussion tends to be more on the macro level, discussing galaxy-wide events and surrounding the Empire's struggle to restore safety and order to the star system overrun by space terrorists. A more focused study, however, is needed to truly understand the Star Wars films are actually a story of the radicalization of Luke Skywalker, from introducing him to us in The New Hope as a simple farm boy gazing into the Tatooine sunset, to the eventual transformation into the radicalized insurgent of Return of the Jedi. As one who sets his own father's corpse on fire and celebrates the successful bombing of the Death Star. Each film in the original trilogy is another step into Luke's descent into terrorism. By carefully looking into the same signs that government and scholars use to detect radicalization, we can witness Luke's dark journey into religious fundamentalism and extremism happens before our very eyes.
Wow, the propaganda's getting good, guys.
Yeah. When we
That
first...
is... Wow, that is...
Hear me out. When we first meet Luke Skywalker, he's an orphaned farm boy with barely any friends, living with his aunt and uncle, and wanting to join the Galactic Academy like all the other guys his age. You see, Luke didn't become a space terrorist overnight, but he did exhibit signs that would make him a prime candidate for terrorist recruiters. The process of radicalization, as described by Antoni Skalski, in the Journal of the Homeland Security notes, terrorists tend to come from families where the father is present, check. Have difficulty forming relationships outside of the home, check. Be attracted to groups offering acceptance and comradeship, checkmate. Luke is just the kind of isolated, disaffected young man that terror recruiters seek out. Obi-Wan, a religious fanatic with a history of looking for young boys to recruit and teach an extreme interpretation of the Force, is practically salivating when he
Can I just interject a moment? He does have mates. They were just away fighting in the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi was a pedophile, apparently.
At this point,
right, young boys.
Fuck off. Anyway,
Me?
A religious fanatic with a history of looking for young boys to recruit and teach an extreme interpretation of the Force is practically salivating when he stumbles upon Luke. Remember, this is a dramatic reading. I've got to get myself in the mood for this. Knowing he's found a prime candidate for radicalization, Sahelski notes terrorist groups place a focus on depluralization, stripping away the recruits' membership from all groups and isolating them to increase their susceptibility to terrorist messaging. Within moments of meeting Luke, Obi-Wan tells Luke he must abandon his family and join him, going so far as to tell a shocking lie that the Empire killed Luke's father, hoping to inspire Luke into a life of jihad. Shocked and confused by this onslaught of terrorist brainwashing, Luke hurries home only to find the charred corpses of his aunt and uncle. The Empire's accidental harming of Luke's aunt Beru and Uncle Owen can be directly compared to the casualty of President Obama's drone campaign, whose body count terrorists capitalize upon for recruitment. This is precisely what Obi-Wan does, preying upon Luke's emotional state to take him under his spell and towards a life of extremism. Obi-Wan whisks Luke off to Mos Eisley using a Jedi mind trick to bypass security, knowing full well he likely appears on numerous terror no-fly lists. After contracting a local drug smuggler for transportation, Obi-Wan and his newest Skywalker recruit are off. They are soon captured, however, and attempt to escape, which culminates in a battle between Obi-Wan and Vader. During the fight, Obi-Wan notices Luke watching, and seeing an opportunity to fully inspire Luke to radicalize, says a Jedi prayer while committing suicide. Can you think of any other groups who would try to inspire terrorism by yelling a prayer before a suicide attack? Hinty fucking hint. Once Luke escapes and regroups with the Terror Sleeper cell, he joins them on an attack mission. As he nears his target, hearing Obi-Wan's words in his mind, Luke closes his eyes, says a prayer, and bombs the space station, killing everyone, innocent or not, on aboard. Young Skywalker has proven himself a quick study in the ways of armed religious extremism. Can you see where this is going? As the Empire Strikes Back begins...
Admiral Akbar!
Exactly.
That is a hell of an interpretation to the Star Wars saga. I'm not gonna lie, I never heard.
To quote Obi-Wan, it just really depends on your perspective. As the Empire Strikes Back, Obi-Wan appears to Luke as an apparition to give him clear instructions on continuing his radicalization. Luke is ordered to travel overseas to receive training and religious instruction from Yoda, an extremist cleric who runs a Jedi madrasa on Dagobah. Yoda accepts Luke into his religious school, teaching Luke Jedi fundamentalism and guerrilla warfare. Like many extremist mullahs, Yoda demands total adherence to his strict interpretation of the Force and seeks to strip Luke of independent thinking. Yoda's push to radicalize Luke robs him of an identity and instills obedience and instill obedience are apparent when at various points he instructs Luke to clear his mind of questions, unlearn what you have learned, and most grimly, do or not do, there is no try. The Jedi know it is imperative to force mindless devotion in warriors they recruit for their holy war. Armed with a new combat training and cloaked in a hardline religious fervor, Luke leaves Dagobah, impatient to put his terror training to use.
Come to speak, shall we?
Indeed. In Return of the Jedi, we seek the darker, hardened Luke, fittingly dressed in black and eager to use violence as a tool to enforce the twisted judge, jury, and executioner value system of the Jedi. During a rescue mission, Luke exhibits his extremist binary worldview. If you aren't with us, you are a viable military target when he blows up Jabba's barge, killing every man, woman, and child on board. Excited by so much bloodshed and mayhem, young Skywalker seeks to assassinate the Emperor, and even his own father. If they won't convert to Luke's extremist interpretation of the Force, Luke enters the Death Star, hoping to gain martyrdom if he is killed. As Luke's insurgent friends successfully bomb their target, Luke succeeds in killing the Emperor and eventually his own father. Luke's path to radicalization is complete. His bloodlust satiated for now. With Darth Vader and the final casualty of Luke's jihad, Obi-Wan and Yoda have succeeded in catching yet another young man in their web of Jedi extremism. It is now evident Star Wars is clearly a cautionary tale of the dangers of radicalization, and how even a seemingly harmless young man who kept to himself on Tatooine can become a terrorist next door. I thank you.
Well, it always me think it was about shit aiming skills.
Bravo. Bravo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that. That was non-stop drama. You're quite right, was.
Well, they did say that in the prequels, what the hell is it? Palpatine.
Now we have to now segue that over to Jenny McDermott.
So I guess it's safe to assume that the RoboCop guy is running this chat, right?
Yeah. I'm the RoboCop guy. Yes.
Yeah.
8chan calls me accent guy, and my name's Robin.
All right. There's a lot of people here I don't know.
Sorry, mate. Undoomed. If anyone doesn't know him, where have you been? I believe you just celebrated your 50,000, isn't it?
Yep.
You don't get like a little award from YouTube. Do they give you a badge or what?
50,000 fucking morons.
No, there's no awards for that.
Hey, dude,
anyway. I think 100,000 you get a gold one, or is it a black one?
Silver 100,000 and a gold 1 million.
They just turn up for the fantastic effects, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I do think you do put in an immense amount of work into each one of those videos.
I always
I'm
head
amazed
bob.
by that. I sit there. How many of those do you do? You do once a week, isn't it?
I try to keep it about once a week, yeah.
Do you do this professionally?
Well, I work with it, but yeah, for YouTube, it's just a hobby.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, I was about to say if you weren't doing it professionally, what the fuck?
Yeah. This is.
Donate to his Patreon and he can do that professionally. Right now he can't.
Yeah. This is my day job, so I just figured it would be a nice hobby.
Fair enough. So yeah, we're sort of really the note of this particular stream is really about extremism, really, and how it can ferment. And this is one of the reasons, like I said with Jenny here, is that you have this is how bad it can get, folks.
Right.
And so stare into that abyss, I beg you. For all of you YouTubers out there that are looking to
back at you.
Yeah, if any of you YouTubers looking to throw shit at the wall here, yeah, this is what it could end up in if if it goes too far.
Indeed.
Do not stare back at it. Do not stare into the abyss, lest the abyss subscribe to your channel.
And it calls you a fucking moron.
Well, that would be YouTube comment section, wouldn't it? The abyss.
Well, yeah, and I was saying, I mean, what sort of vitriol do you get on your channel, Sundoomed? Do you generally get mostly people just sort of like kind of going, yeah, I agree, or do you get a lot of sort of attack your way?
That's a good question.
Well, no, it's I don't know. I wouldn't say it's 50-50, but probably 60-40 with the 60s agreeing sort of thing. So yeah, I get a lot of vitriol, and especially through the private messages, but that's funny. I love that.
It's part of the game, my man. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
What you should do? You should do a messages from fucking morons video.
Oh yeah, I'm saving those fuckers up. Oh yeah.
I've managed to avoid mostly. I don't know. I'm one of those people who's always sitting there calling for peace.
I got
that
a message
doesn't get
from Lucky
anybody
Witch
any fucking hits, I tell you.
recently. I got a message from Lucky Witch.
I mean, there's only so many times you can hear someone saying they agree with you. It's kind of fun to hear someone calling you a moron.
There are 27 watching now, so that's like a massive high, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I may call people a moron, but it's kind of nice to be called a moron.
Well, when it's deserved, yeah. I mean, you've got JJ in here. Say hi to JJ, Undoomed.
Hello.
JJ, Undoomed, JJ.
Hello.
They are well acquainted. Or is that the right word?
No, well,
no, I've never spoken to JJ, so.
I've never spoken to him before, so I wouldn't say.
No, that's not what I meant. But
right, kids, calm down. Now, so Undoomed, you obviously made a video about something JJ was discussing, perhaps. What was this about exactly?
That was about biological sex.
So you did you actually watch this video, JJ?
I did not. I'm sorry.
Is this from the MedStream?
Can I just say something real quick? I made that video first of all a year ago, and since then I've done several streams about it. I've made several follow-up videos. Kind of 6 months ago, I made a statement saying, "Okay, you know what? I'm fucking done responding to video responses."
That's fine.
I get like you want to. And I'm just
hey JJ, when I first found out you subbed to me, I had to do that video just to wind you up a bit.
I saw yours. I was like, oh my god.
Well, now see, JJ, the internet is forever. You make a video 2 years ago, someone finds it, disagrees, and makes a video out of it, makes a response video out of it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing why I don't get involved in internet drama. I'm not doing that video to attack you. I'm doing it to attack that specific value that you had at that time. And I don't expect you to come back and do a video about it. I'm just attacking that specific thing that you said. You can just leave it at that, and that's fine.
Like I've said, like people are responding. Actually, very few of them I would actually dislike. I think most of them responding to will probably be lovely people who just probably have wrong ideas, quote unquote.
Well, you see, now Gladius Acer says internet drama is so delicious, isn't it? Isn't it delicious?
Drama-licious.
You know,
And
you
this
know
is-
what's
this
also
is-
delicious?
well, this is the
intellectual-
Who said that?
This is a
Who said that?
let me give you the link here. You can have a look at the live chat here, guys. So this is actually being displayed on the channel as well, if you want to have a look at it. But that just gives you the live chat straight away. And Gladius, actually, you are the problem. you see, the brightest that we were saying about this earlier is that
Oh shit,
this
Batman's in the chat.
this
Oh,
attraction,
go away,
this attraction to this internet drama, you might find it's all good fun and giggles, yeah. But I can't remember the quote that it was saying that if the biggest thing in this world is just people being idiots, you end up being run by them. It's
Actually, the thing with the whole biggest part of the idiots thing is that they discourage the intelligent people to do something about the idiots.
because
That's
it
the
just
most
becomes too much
clever,
hassle.
dumbest thing. Yeah, it's the most clever, dumbest thing that idiots can do is discourage you from wanting to do something about them.
I've got a quote here. Ebenezer blinked at me, then snorted. Stupid hoss. Every time. Only so many back-hearted opinions in the world, and they only get up to eat on occasion. Stupids everywhere, every day.
There are stupid people out there. There's quite intelligent people out there as well, making really good videos, but they don't get the attention that they deserve because their arguments are just simply
Sorry to do
nice.
Yeah.
And the worst thing, of course, is that just because you've got a lot of vitriol and hatred being thrown at somebody from a video, it doesn't necessarily mean that your points are any good.
Can you swear out to make my points better? What?
Well,
I thought I was wrong with this time.
Internet, you're behind the curtain right now. We have people that sort of like would be on opposite sides of the fence here, and we're sat here in a room, around a nice sort of oval table in a hotel lobby, supping on supping on our spirit of choice. Maybe having a cigar. Who knows? Maybe just scratching our backsides. This is
Hold up. What is this shit with the jazz music?
Oh no.
Are you against jazz in some way or another? 'Cause
Yes.
If
yes.
you are,
I could not.
Well, you're not human, and you don't even have a
Then
face.
you have
I couldn't watch the stream.
you have an enemy in me, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have
care.
a face. So how
That's
can
it.
you-
I'm unfollowing you for that.
Oh, it's the EDM community versus jazz
No,
community.
I used to basically the idea of this whole channel really was imagine yourself in a hotel lobby.
Yeah, but that's not what they play.
What do you mean?
In a
Yeah, they
hotel
do.
lobby.
I've been to hotels. A lot of hotels.
They play
What kind of hotels do you
hotel.
frequent?
Hotel they play.
It's-
Holiday Inn.
The idea was making sure that it was
I had one.
copyright free. It didn't really work out so well. Apparently somebody owns everything. But,
Yes.
I just have a little something going on in the background. It tries not to interfere too much with the conversation.
Yeah, I can't.
It does.
Well, you can turn
No.
it off. I mean, then you won't get the big echo either.
No. I don't have it on right now. But when I was listening to the chat, I couldn't listen to it. I just had to turn it off.
Too loud?
I kind of like the idea of it. It adds the atmosphere for me, especially
It's
the whole
really
way it's
quiet for
presented.
me. It's just
But,
always it's just always been on. So I just never got rid of it.
Maybe I'm doing this as weird.
Yeah. I'm a
He's
fucking weirdo.
he's
Well, I mean, he has got
No,
face.
you know what it is? It's because he's only got ears.
production.
That's why.
Production can be a subjective thing.
Oh,
But no,
man.
it's I'm actually pioneering an idea with this channel, which is the idea of actually having a discussion where nobody throws shit at each other. Can you imagine? It's a new
Yes.
idea. It seems.
It's genius.
I think that's
I
a
had
local
it-
goal.
Yeah, well, I had it in.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
who do you throw the shit at?
Well, in
You
actuality,
throw it
I
down
had-
the
We throw
toilet.
it at you.
Not
We
shit
throw it
throwing
at
at the
you.
moment?
You
How
throw
about
it-
you just put it in the toilet?
It goes
Stop
down the
throwing
toilet
it.
where it belongs.
Toilet. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
These
Then
millennials, they're
don't,
just
don't
gonna
even
be,
put it in your hand. Just let it fall into the toilet.
you got to be taught
Oh,
everything, you
because-
kids.
Oh, we could all wear Doctor Who style Adventure Time t-shirts.
This calls for a beard off.
Yeah, see? Oh well,
You're
I'm
impressing me by insisting that I like the things you like.
And I actually,
Totoro for the win.
I actually did on my own channel when I did videos and stuff like that. Is I actually did a series of conversations, which is actually a series called Great Conversations, in which I sit down with people and ask them questions and get an understanding of their positions. I did this with Christians. I did this with people of all backgrounds. I did this with just pretty much anyone. I did this with G-Man, a separate
G-Man, the master of stupidity.
Yeah, I did this with G-Man. This is how I ended up in a couple of conversations, and there actually is a conversation on my channel in which he admits he accepts the ideas of evolution. He just doesn't like the term evolution. That's all it was.
Have you ever seen a canine turn into a non-canine? Or non-canine?
I actually like G-Man. It's the vigilant Christian I can't stand.
G-Man.
There's a
I
lot
don't
of
know- I never
there's a
know
lot
these
of vitriolic people, you see, and the thing is, that's the attraction. It's not the ideas that are actually attractive, but the vitriol.
I
People
just
have
don't
to
count from Half-Life series.
I mean, in
this is-
Undoomed thing, it's the wonderful production value.
Yeah,
So
and
you know,
this
and
is
he
the
has
important-
actually some, you know, if you have a succinct, a good understanding of what you're actually talking about, do a bit of research, you put it down there, that's good enough. You know, if you want to attract people to what you're doing there, you know, dress it up a bit, put a bit of
Do you
jazz
know what
on
I?
in the back.
Do you know what I used to attract
or, you know,
people?
some,
Do you know?
you know.
Do you know my tactic? My
A van.
shh.
Sweets.
No, impressions of YouTubers.
Right.
Well-
Let's hear a V impression right now.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Why would you ask for that?
Because it's my most famous one.
it.
Alright, I need to think of something to
Pressure's
say.
on now.
No, it's not pressure, it's just thinking.
Well, what I was gonna say though is that there's two types of audience. that you can get.
Well, I was going to make a video longer than 15 minutes, but Brianna Wu, she
A little bit higher with your voice. You need it a little bit higher.
No,
He does it a little bit like this now and again.
No, he starts off low, then he gets higher and higher as he gets.
Robin, he's not German.
No, he's Romanian. He's Romanian.
I'm feeling a bit intimidated by Wynn's beard.
Yeah, we get that. You can turn him off at any point. Just bring your,
Not
your
even,
bandwidth
he's not even
down.
he's not even a neck beard. He's got a beard instead of a neck.
He has to kick the door.
Vado! I can't believe you! You come here and you come to my channel and you're just like, you're getting all this crazy stuff. Crazy!
There you go.
Where is it?
You think you crave for the truth. You crave to pay for the truth. But you can't. You don't want the truth.
Yeah, and any YouTube celebrities that we're not able to get in here, we'll just make an impression of, just to
I've
keep
tried to do Undoomed. I've tried to
Do
do
Sargon!
Undoomed.
Do
Yeah, you
Sargon!
can be additional
Oh.
voices.
I
Can
have,
you do Sargon?
I have done Sargon, but I'm not
Let's
very
hear it.
Do
Oh,
it.
come on.
Go on,
It
do
might
it.
be, not, it's my worst one. It's my worst one.
Okay, do it, but do one that another one that you like.
Ooh, okay.
How did you seduce him?
I could do
Teal Deer.
Varilo. I could do Teal Deer. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Teal Deer. I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Oh,
A little
that's
bit
terrible.
more nasal.
Oh, does it? Oh, I didn't notice a nasally quality.
What?
You're a bit
too nasally for Tittle Deer.
Teal Deer. Teal Deer.
Tiddle dare.
Teal Deer.
You
Teal Deer.
you need to work on that a little bit more. I
Yeah.
Live in the forest for a few months. It gets the voice going.
You
Yeah.
need to live in nature for a while.
Okay. Here's a difficult one for you. Here's a
Go
difficult
on.
one for you. Do top hats and champagne.
Oh, I've not listened to him for a while.
I like that. Just the fact that I've come in here, I've managed to.
I'll see
real
what I can
conversation.
do.
Hey,
I'm doing.
Wynn, I see you like mudkips.
I'm doing.
Have you seen my little mudkip?
I like your mudkip. Look, it's great.
Well, I'm doing this from memory because I can't remember his voice very well. Hello and welcome to Simple-Minded Gaming Quotes. And
I was gonna say,
That's pretty good. A little lower.
I pronounce my. I can't go very low. It's my voice, sadly. But I pronounce vinegar, and I pronounce very wewy.
I should get him in. I should get him in
Whatever you
here.
say.
I should get him in here to chastise you for doing a terrible accent like that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tom,
Well,
you'll
well,
wait,
well,
mate.
yeah.
Remember,
Like
I'm
10 people in here. One of us will have to leave.
his
Yeah.
his accent is 2 different accents. He's got a very nice English one as well, but there's that German.
Hey, well, Mrs. Top Hat is English.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, they're in Australia.
Oh, those guys! Have you seen those guys when they're talking? They're so in love. It's just I'm in love with the pair of them. They're just so cute.
I can do Varelo, but it's the same as Atheist is Unstoppable.
I've got to that age in my life. I've got to that point in my life where I really love a lovely couple. You know, you could just tell that they're really, really just perfect for each other. You know.
Charming.
Hello, you.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Can you do Sparky Fister?
Who?
We've now derailed to voice acting now. Boom.
Ah, damn. Sorry, it's nice.
I've got a friend who can do a very convincing impression of the Honest Trailers guy.
Kevin Logan.
I can do a really good Cogmore.
Yeah. Well, so what I was gonna say earlier, though.
I can do Spinosaurus Kin.
Yeah, whether it's relevant to YouTube audiences. There's 2 type of audiences you can get. There's one based off of it's either drama or spectacle. This requires a constant stage of escalation. As always, escalate. You have to escalate, otherwise people get used to it, and the audience is very fickle.
And
these are not very loyal. These are not very loyal audiences. And so they drop in and out based on how
they want the biggest bite.
You always have to get higher and bigger
wrestling
and bigger.
fans. That's what they are.
And then there are the loyal.
And his name is John Cena.
And then there are people who get audience based off of their points and based off of their the production that they put into it. And those are the people who you want, because those are the people who are going to be loyal to your channel. And they're not. You don't have to escalate situations in order to get the audience. But if you get a higher production value, they're more appreciative of that, and they're not going to just suddenly disappear on you.
Yeah, and I'm just going to address the side chat. I don't think Jenny McDermott is a tranny. Okay, this isn't.
I'm triggered right now.
This certainly isn't conducive to the discussion. Let's say that. I don't think it adds to it. I'll just say that.
Has anyone heard of Benny Talks?
Yeah, I have.
I can do.
We know
I can do his voice. I can do. Undoomed has heard me do Benny.
Do Benny. In both contexts.
Yeah, do Benny.
Oh, so you want me to do both his voices? He has the Tumblr voice and he's got his voice. So.
I love his Tumblr voice.
One of the guys in chat said, if Planet of the Apes has taught us anything, it's that any time an ape gets on top of a horse, civilization is fucked. Right, what prompted that, chat?
What Jenny McDermott video is that?
Chat, are you going?
I missed that one.
JJ,
But isn't it true? Once we started getting on top of the horses, everything started to collapse.
Maybe is it Bewildered Ape does that at some point? Let me just double check.
I can't do. Well, I can do a little bit. Well, I'm Benny Talks, so I can really talk about this very much. I know a lot about how this works, and I've just got to go into my Tumblr voice. I'm Jenny McDermott, and I like to do stuff. I like to have sex with apes from New Zealand.
So, are you saying that Jenny McDermott is Bewildered Ape?
You do the derp voice better.
I love his derp voice.
I'm from Tumblr, and I disapprove of this message.
Do the leave Britney alone girl.
It was a boy.
Guy. Yeah.
Hey, let's not make assumptions.
No, I don't want to.
I'll be frank, guys. I'm torn. I just don't know anymore.
I can do Spino. I don't like this feminism. Arbiter of truth. Tell me more.
Can you do 80s version of Shredder?
Shredder? I haven't watched that in ages. I don't know how he speaks.
That was before my time.
That was before my time too. I don't know Shredder.
Oh God! Oh, I feel old. Thanks.
So do I.
Thank you.
I'm like
Thank you for that.
31. I'm 31.
I'm 22.
22.
18.
27.
I can do a little bit of Kevin Logan. I can get his
I got my
accent.
age wrong a few months ago, actually.
Hello,
All right,
yo.
let's hear your Kevin Logan there.
Hello, YouTubes. This is Kevin Logan here, and I'm here to talk about more cunts on the internet.
Kevin, what am I exposing this week?
Yeah, Kevin, if you do happen across this channel at some point or another, calling anyone that is your ideological opponent a cunt makes you a cunt.
What if their party is called the Cunt Party?
Have you know that I am a feminist and I personally disapprove of that messages. It's all just satire.
And this
it's
is
just satire.
yes, and it's also the word. You have no chance of getting laid with this.
So
this
what kind of what part of England is he from?
Birmingham. Birmingham. It's in the middle.
You know,
that?
he actually lives in the same town as Leo Tiberius.
It's
Birmingham.
it's basically sort of like Midlands, northwesty Midlands area.
No,
that sort of
Midlands.
thing.
Just Midlands. I'm in the north.
Just because you're a northerner and poor, it doesn't
And
mean
I'm in
that
the
you know.
northwest. I know where I live.
I know.
How do you know he's
exactly.
poor?
Of course,
How do
he's,
you know he's
he lives in the north. Of course, he's poor.
I'm also in the northwest.
Yes, me and
How can you
Win
be
live
north?
like 40 minutes
Oh,
from
God.
each other.
I'm poor in
Whereabouts are
London
you
and I'm
from?
better off. I know it.
South Cumbria.
Oh, Cumbria.
What
How in the hell can you be North when you don't sound like Goodfella?
I've got a bit of
Scotland.
Yorkshire and a bit of Lancashire in my voice as well.
How dare you? How dare you say that about me? For goodness sakes, man!
Potato!
Oh, since
All
you
right,
did
that's
the
a good.
Scottish
That's a
accent,
pretty good
guy,
Goodfella
I
right
have
there.
to tell you a
I
joke.
try to do Irish.
I can do.
One of my friends would always, while an Irish guy came into the chat, say potato. It annoyed the shit out of him because.
I can do.
Any
I
good
can say-
impressions, JJ?
I could do Skeptor.
Yeah, you guys know this, like, Logan on
Hey, everybody, would you like some hummus?
Kevin Logan in a stream with Robin Giffing.
All right, Charming. Now I'd like to hear you do me.
Holy shit!
Oh, that's,
He doesn't.
that's
He,
very
dude,
low.
he doesn't
Does
have
he
that
get
sort of
access to a
register.
special
Come
effects
on, you can do it.
kit?
I
Oh,
believe in you, Charming.
you.
oh god.
Alright,
That
let's
is-
all
Believe.
that is base.
You could
That is-
saw a
Probably
tree in
quick.
half with that voice.
What the?
Why?
Why is that so funny?
Why, hello everybody, and well, today I've just
Lower.
found yet more.
Lower.
I can't get any lower than that.
Lower.
Grab your balls and
Yeah, but
squeeze.
I don't have a British.
What do you mean?
You can at least do the accent.
Well, you've got a very strange accent, but I can do
I
it.
know, but I don't have a British accent.
I don't have a British accent, but I know that you're a fucking moron. I can
He's
get
getting
his,
closer. He's getting closer.
I can get his patterns, but I can't get his you know.
Can you do Mechator?
That's because his accent is encrypted.
Well, he
He uses a voice changer like Satan. He uses a voice changer. That's not even his real voice.
I must destroy
It's
everything.
built in.
My vocal cords.
Yeah.
I do
Well,
know what you mean. I
It's
too
have a
have
microphone, but
Oh, this
He's
does
so
make a change.
technical that his vocal cords aren't chords as in CHORDS. They're chords as in shorthand for coordinates.
now
Might be.
I'm watching the chat.
I could do Varroa.
I must tell you my joke since I remembered when you did the Scottish accent. I like my women how I like my oatcakes, rough and Scottish.
Red-headed.
Indeed.
How are Scottish women?
I can do long
How
hair.
are they?
Yeah.
Violent.
Well, if you say so.
Can confirm, I can see him over the borders.
Well, Demented knows what Italian women are like.
You know how some women are hard to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think of Brave the movie.
Scottish women are hard to get
Yeah.
away from.
Yeah, they're basically they're looking for a man who they can't beat up. Essentially, it's
Demented. Do you know anything about
Cromwell's
Italian?
gonna fucking love this.
That's why
Yeah.
domestic violence does not exist
Yeah, good
in
one, yeah.
Scotland.
they call it foreplay.
Well, no, that was either a very dumb thing to say or very deep satire.
Oh, I had a fight once with my girl. Oh, she kicked my arse, did she?
You all. Oh, goddamn! I was trying to do a moan blade then.
Oh, yeah, he's just a fucking cunt. Oh my god. I'm just a kid who's really drunk all the time.
Well,
I can't be arsed with all this. That's Mom Blade.
Well, we started the discussion well. It's starting to tail.
And then as soon as I joined the hangout, the environment died, and we went to voice acting.
Indeed.
All right, let's get back on topic here.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know, we're essentially, you know, it's really nice to see everybody getting on. And JJ, you've just got to basically, JJ, if you do want to say anything, just interrupt us. It's the way of things with Hangouts. You know.
It's the most dominant voiceover. Oh, sorry.
Hey JJ, I've got something to ask you. Did you try not to laugh when Jenny went ballistic at you when you had your cat fight?
Yeah, I can't. I couldn't stop laughing. No.
I would have.
So wait, so your friends
you may not need. Yeah, you may need to start a Patreon fund to get some headphones.
Yeah, someone's having a bad echo.
Yeah.
There's so much
We've got you on some portable speakers from 1992 by the sound of it.
Vintage, motherfucker.
But yeah, I mean, you know, JJ, I mean, you've been sitting in here with a room full of us shitlords, misogynists, and haters of women.
And Slenderman.
I can't imagine my joke helped.
No, nothing of anything that you've said so far has helped, guys. But you know, I'm looking, thinking, you know what? We're coming up to a new year. It's 2015.
It's current year, goddamn.
Okay, it's current year, goddamn.
Go, Justin.
So next year, what do you think is going to be happening next year with all of that's going on in this sort of world? I mean, can we actually come to some sort of conclusion, solution?
Justin Trudeau will get into a sex scandal.
I'd like to hear JJ answer that. That's what I came here for.
Indeed.
On the entirety of the internet?
No.
Let's hear it.
Within these two communities?
How about for you, really? I mean, what are you going to be putting forward?
I think that the most I can do is just keep doing what I'm doing and being nice to everyone and trying to talk to everyone, because I feel like there aren't very many people who will talk to both sides. I try to be the bridge there sometimes, especially between some of the Gamergate people and SJWs.
Well, I would offer you this opportunity. The open house has been here. Yeah, and mute the moment you finish speaking, please. I would say, you know, the open house is here for you guys. You know, settle your differences if you want to settle differences. There is that. There are a lot of people who don't want to settle differences because they're having far too much fun in the scat fight arena. Yeah, but this place here this is all I'm about. This is all that this place is
safe space. Hugs, everybody.
Yeah, this is. If you wish, this is a safe space. And you know, I've had Derek Smart in here of Star Citizen vein.
That was a fun stream.
Yeah. Imagine, if you will, we had Derek Smart. It was actually an open house, open topic. We were just discussing whatever, and a friend of mine, Habib, knew Derek quite well. Invited him in for a chat. We had 500 people just swarm the chat inside there.
Wow.
It was absolutely ridiculous. I invited some of these people along, and all they could do was throw shit in his face.
And they say the MOBA community is toxic.
Yeah, they made the EVE community look tame. And, you know, and if there's any of you Star Citizen fans out there that might have happened across this channel, yeah?
Can you even play that game yet?
No, to a degree. Your game rests upon your community, and you are the ambassadors for your community in this sort of front. And throwing shit at anybody who says a bad word about your game is not really going to attract more people to it.
I'm confused. Wait, do you mean everyone's playing a different version of it?
But I would also say this to everybody. That's sort of a sort of like an allegory for pretty much every community or group out there. Is that all of you are an ambassador for your group? I mean, the thing I've noticed, and the same thing when it comes to GG, nobody actually takes responsibility for anybody, ever. It's always somebody else. It's always, well, it wasn't me, so I don't have to be responsible for it. And you're right. However, individually, you yourself, you need to be responsible for your own. And when you do go into this and you are advocating for a particular position and stuff like that, you are now being the ambassador for that position.
And everything that encompasses in it, which includes the patience to explain over and over and over again. Being an activist in anything, or being someone who's a proponent for anything, is not fun. It's strenuous. It's stressful. That's how it's supposed to be, because that means you're working, you're trying hard. It is strenuous.
And if you approach it with a sense of humor, that's cool. You can make a little fun of what the idea is, but comedy is about getting a point across whilst keeping everybody in a good mood. That's the real trick behind it, folks. And JJ is in fact Jenny McDermott in disguise, judging from what she's saying here.
She's a she-horse in disguise. I don't know if you've heard the She-Wolf song from Shakira, but that's what it's based on.
I don't even know who this person is.
How do you not know who this legend of YouTube is?
Girl!
Jenny McDermott. Yeah, Jenny finds an enemy everywhere.
You really love that girl, don't you?
Oh yeah. Oh, I just want those.
You have a hate
hooves on
boner
me.
for Jenny.
Sorry?
He has a hate boner for Jenny.
Right. That's a
honestly,
good word for it.
Yeah, as I said, I did actually say this on Twitter the other day. MRAs, feminists, can you please just shut the fuck up and fuck?
That's implying they want to fuck.
Yeah. Well,
So
to
does
be
that
honest
mean
with you, when I look at I've seen this with like rad fems and MGTOW and stuff like that, and I boil it down to this: I'm single and it's your fault.
You know what? Does that mean us egalitarians are bi or something?
I think it's up to the individual.
Yes. It's equally everyone's responsibility.
But yeah,
was that a deliberate pun?
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
I would invite any of you out there that are listening to this and you see sort of like two YouTubers battling it out or whatever like that, and they'd like to actually have a place to air their grievances and actually find some sort of common ground. I managed to get King of Pole to apologise to the person who actually is the administrator of 8chan. That means I can do anything.
I wouldn't say that too loudly.
He did say sorry. He did say sorry.
Be the leader.
He did
be the leader
spill
of the Labour
spaghetti
Party,
while
then.
he said sorry, but he did say sorry.
You don't say what you can't achieve. Trying to get
There is nothing that the open house can't achieve with jazz in the background.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I'm not hearing any jazz right now.
My house, my rules.
It's only if you're
Let's put it this
watching
way, I
the-
joined to get rid of the jazz.
Well, that's
Bring in some
fine.
dubstep.
But you see, the problem is anybody who quote mines here has to include the jazz.
Okay, there is a certain logic to that.
Yeah. Imagine me throwing you a knowing nod right now.
Yeah, you know what? I actually have a question. I think it's either for JJ or Andu, but why is it that that every video you find of a feminist, there's always music playing in the background?
Because it's hip and trendy for the kids.
Well, that's just a YouTube thing.
It's not
just a
every
YouTube thing.
feminist.
It-
It's
it's
whether or not
also-
you
Yeah, why is it with
People
everyone?
like music.
Before
music.
Let her talk.
Well, I mean,
Let her talk.
You've made your point. Now she has to respond. That's how it works.
Let her talk.
Well, first of all, I feel like it's just awkward if there's not. But also, like, before I started getting into this community, my videos were catered towards, like, younger girls in that area of YouTube. So that's just, the thing to do.
Younger girls.
Well, I have music in my videos.
It also helps.
It's just weird that they also always use ukuleles.
And that's what the free music is.
Yeah.
They're cheap and they want to use something to fill in the space. That's human nature. That's why
ukuleles. Come on, this could be something else.
Well, who needs ukuleles?
My uke, son.
Who needs ukuleles? You got Kevin McLeod.
What?
Kevin McLeod.
What about him?
He makes free music. Who needs a ukulele, a soundtrack, when you've got him?
He doesn't make ukulele.
Nope, he makes he made of like a classical songs.
There is quite a
doesn't make ukulele.
There are a few YouTubers out there that are just making music for you to be able to use, guys. Have a little look-see around. Just search for royalty-free music, copyright-free music, things like that. There's people out there just sharing this stuff.
I actually either buy my music or make it myself.
Well, the thing you have to keep in mind with the vast majority of people is one, they're
You're
lazy.
a one-man production house, aren't you, Undoomed?
Pretty much.
I'm aspiring away. I do a little bit of freelance work for the BBC, but I'm not quite up to your spec. I would say.
Okay, well, you should just keep doing it.
That's all I can do.
We might not.
Well, like I was saying, there are two aspects of people. One, they're lazy, and two, they're extraordinarily lazy. They will search and find one thing and then use it a billion times.
Yes.
I don't know what, was it Bill Gates who said something like that he likes to hire lazy people because they always know the most efficient way to get the problem solved?
No, there's lazy people and then there's essentially lazy people.
That makes sense. That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard. Fucking Bill Gates.
And yet he's rich.
Say it, Undoomed.
He is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
He's a moron who probably has more money than of all of us combined.
Well,
Yeah,
to
but
be
now
fair,
he's
he didn't
giving it away,
exactly
so he's
become
still a
like the
fucking
rich-
moron.
He didn't become the richest guy in the
Him
world
being
based
rich
on
does
sociological acumen.
I think Undoomed is a Mac user.
A what?
A Mac user.
Him being rich has nothing to do with his intellectual level. There are plenty of rich people that are completely stupid.
Yeah, Donald Trump, hello.
Donald Trump,
but he inherited it. If he didn't inherit it, he wouldn't have nothing.
No. The only reason he actually has his money, the only reason he actually has his inheritance is because he was put on a list of too big to fail, so he got a bailout. That's the only reason he has his money. He lost it all.
Undoomed, I called you a Mac user. Apple.
Yeah.
Apple Macs.
Yeah,
You are, aren't you?
Yeah.
I knew it.
It's okay, me too.
I did a little thing at the Beeb for their they have the user experience department and they had this little day out and I was hired to basically teach them how to use Blender.
Right.
And basically I had this large desk for about 20 or so people to be able to sit down. And they all sit down like that, yeah. And I said, I hope you brought your own computers with you. And everybody's like that. And every single one of them brings out a Mac. And I just looked at them and go, nice to see you're all thinking differently.
Of course.
Macs are too expensive.
Macs are rubbish, man. Sorry, Undoomed and JJ.
I can't be bothered with all that fucking
I
Windows
was using
bullshit.
one the other day, and I got soaked through. Complete waste of money.
I'm
Sorry?
a PC Master Race. So
It's a joke about
If you want to do gaming, you've really got to stick with Windows. I'm afraid it's a bit of a shame, really. I'd really like to see, now that Steam is working through, the Steam OS and things like that. I'd really like to see, and I've seen this with a lot of new game engines that are coming out nowadays, is that they're multi-platform, so they'll run on Mac, they'll run on Linux, they'll run on PC. I think
it does help that Steam has been pushing.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I have to do my job. That's it.
So yeah, a lot of the as far as software is concerned, you can get pretty much the same stuff that you can get on Mac on Windows these days. There's like a 10% difference in efficiency with the Apple Mac, but they generally charge you about twice as much for the hardware. So I generally I prefer my lovely box.
Don't get me started.
I know, but
fight.
Can I push your buttons, Undoomed? You know I will.
each to their own.
It doesn't even have facial features.
I'm not against people on Apple Macs. It's okay. It's the operating
It's okay to waste your money.
It's a simplified.
It's not Mac-phobic.
No, it's a simplified operating system. It's just there for people who just want to get software done.
I will fuck you up.
Oh,
yeah, it is a very simplified.
Come on, they have taken most of that away so that you can get on with the software.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
This is why I get Undoomed on my like celebratory streams, because he brings an air of evilness.
Yeah.
That's
It's fine if you want to waste your money.
You could do evil narrator
Slender
very
Man's
well.
cousin.
Yes, indeed.
Undoomed is Slender Man's cousin. You know, they probably hang out.
I am Slender Man.
Now pretend to be Jamaican Slender Man.
No, that's Charming Man's job.
Can you do Hollywood movie voice?
Trinidadian.
Who can do a decent Hollywood movie voice, by the way?
What like this summer?
He
No,
was
my
looking.
friend can do it uncanny.
He was looking for chips.
He didn't find chips. All he found was
The store was
potato.
closed.
The pet store did not
I
have
watched that movie.
dogs.
What? You haven't seen my intros?
In a world where pedophilia and bestiality is illegal.
That's this world. You don't need to make it more dramatic.
You do know who I was going to refer to then.
We're getting there. You never know by 2016.
A young
Here, in a world where the sun burns cold and the wind blows colder, a visitor has come, but not by herself. The suspense is back. The fear is back. But most of all, the feminism is back.
Feminism will never die.
Hey, you're triggering JJ.
I'm still triggered that now.
And my pants.
No, I'm asking you, JJ, are you going to actually go and watch that video now?
Yeah, that is actually on the microaggressions video, I think.
But so this was obviously from a video you'd done quite a while ago. Have you sort of changed your mind a little bit? Sort of altered your position somewhat? Not obviously on the premise of Undoom's video, but you've started off in one position. We all grow.
Are you talking to me?
No, JJ.
Yeah, so which video you're referring to?
No, Undoom's never going to change. He's done. He's
Can
stuck.
confirm we do grow a lot and shrink a lot.
And then when you reach a certain age, you just no going any further.
How tall are you anyway,
You
JJ?
regress after a while.
How tall am I?
Yeah.
What?
Almost 5 feet.
Really? You're that small? I thought you were taller.
No.
I'm very.
The camera distorts, proportions so that you don't actually see.
Make it look like I'm tall.
Worst pickup line ever.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, Charming.
Consider that charming, do you?
Hey, why is she here? Why is she here?
Because
you can move anyone, you can move anyone, can't you, Charming?
Because you were talking about her, that's why.
No, I asked her. That's why.
No, but I'm amazed at sort of the level that Jenny has got herself into here.
I'm 5'8". I'm a guy you can't hate.
And for all of you budding internet fembots out there, just have a look at the abyss for a second. This is what you'll end up as.
No, God,
Don't be that girl.
Don't be that guy, Steve. Guys, sorry, I have to say that.
No, but I would like to give a compliment to JJ for being such a good sport.
Someone is asking in the audience.
Thank you.
How big was it?
We do it because
I wouldn't expect you to even talk to me, so that's
People are always
fun.
surprised when I'm a normal human being and not crazy.
No, but I wasn't that kind.
Well,
to you in the video, so-
JJ, I will admit, watching Teal'Dio's video and Undoom's video made me think, this person's a little crazy, but then I got to talk to you,
expressed
and
that
there
to
you
me
go.
in the last hangout we were in.
Yes. I mean, it's ideas at the end of the day. I mean, like, we all
people need to tend to have a persona, and like when people see me, they only really see me like how I choose to present myself. So it's
well, I'm 38 and I'm looking at a lot of you kids and just thinking you're all wrong. So how do you think I feel?
Who are you talking to, son?
The old man is telling us off.
I feel a kindred spirit within you, Undoomed. Maybe not a kindred voice, but still. It's you sit and you listen to, you've got one side of this fence here, sort of like kind of going, everything is terrifying, I need to be protected, and you've got the other side of basically kind of going, you're all fucking arseholes. It's like, you know what, kids? Shut the fuck up.
Get the fuck off his lawn.
Please. Calm yourselves.
We need
Find
to do something or we're going to all die. We need to actually do something.
Yeah, there's space to explore,
Yeah. There's humanity and the fact that we actually have to help with people. And
I was a space cadet in the 90s, so you can imagine how disappointed I am now.
Yeah. Well, see, Robin. Some people are more interested in a guy's shirt than his achievement by landing a comet.
Well, indeed, and
indeed.
But I mean,
a comment on a comet.
But do you think
a shirt comparison?
But for example, JJ here, do you think that she represents those people?
No, not anymore, at least.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how did you feel about that, JJ?
Feel about what? Sorry.
Well, basically, we had a comet was landed. I'm trying to remember the name of the chap that did it, and he was wearing a rather
Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor, thank you.
Oh my God, I do not. That was.
Please explain.
Care.
Yeah,
I didn't care.
Yeah, but you were probably sitting there, kind of going, "Why is everyone getting upset about this?"
Yes, I wasn't upset about it. I just thought it was stupid that everyone was freaking out.
You see, you know what annoyed me about the shirt is £80. Get lost.
Well, it was dude, that was handmade. That was handmade by somebody. How do you think it was? It's not done in a factory.
I know.
Abu Dhabi.
I know. I was just joking. I wasn't being serious. I know.
Yeah, just because you're northern, you can't afford shit.
I'm Northern, and I've just gone and grabbed my collection of feminist books, which I bought.
20p for a packet of Rizzler? Fuck that.
To read them, but never did.
What the hell's a Rizzler?
Why would you want to read that crap?
I tried to read a feminist book and I gave up. I couldn't do it. I might take it again, but
I once tried to read a book. I'm partway through it.
I stick with audio. I stick with the audible.com. That helps me the most.
I started it several years ago.
The worst part of the whole shirt debacle was that they actually undermined an important achievement for something that actually had no effect or impact, both psychological or physiological, on anyone other than the people who were reacting to it. They were literally saying that this caused psychological issues when there is no evidence to that. And that was the main thing that people should have pointed out. Is like it's not that the thing that people they shouldn't be pointing out that they're overreacting. You should actually tackle the argument that they're putting in place, which is that this shirt has psychological impacts on women in the same industry, and there is no evidence to that. You are just asserting that.
It was a girl that gave him that shirt.
Exactly. It's still irrelevant to the fact that the shirt in and of itself has no psychological effects on anyone other than the viewer, and it has no regressive effects. And so anyone arguing for that point, which is what the point that those people were making, were full of shit.
But even if it did do something, it wouldn't work on the kind of person who ends up going into that field anyway, because...
Well, I'll be honest with you guys, that's not exactly the most...
They barely notice each other's clothes.
Well, I'd like to include JJ in this conversation, really, because, as our resident feminist here,
I'm always the token feminist.
You're gonna on this particular channel. I'm afraid we get plenty of people who are against coming on there. Seem to be happy to discuss it.
I can be the token white knight if you'd like me to.
Yeah, they're happy to discuss that. Not to mention interrupt. But you know, trying to actually get some more sort of feminists or social justice warriors or whatever like that, that can be quite a bit of a struggle to actually get anybody to come across and actually talk to us. And
to be fair, it's kind of difficult sometimes to discern who wants to have a conversation and who wants to just, you know, tell you to kill yourself.
Welcome to that place. You know, this is what I've been trying to do for the last year and a half. And you're actually, you could be on the hand that I can count it. Very few are willing to actually discuss. Happy to throw vitriol on Twitter, happy to throw vitriol on YouTube, but to actually have an open dialogue, that seems to be a bit of a struggle I found. But I stop it. I was going to ask you, I mean, what do you, for you, as far as feminism is concerned, what do you consider to be the more important topic?
Within feminism?
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's say for 2016, where do you think feminism really should be concentrating on?
Oh goodness. Well,
Poor girl, you put her on the spot.
No, I mean, I think there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of all of them. I'm really thinking about the most important.
Internationally, or?
Yes.
Why not start there?
I guess, you know, women in the Middle East and understanding the problems that they have and negotiating that with, you know, the idea of, because people all the time will bash feminists for, you know, being Islam apologists and saying that, you know, how can you be a feminist and not be anti-Islam because they hate women and you don't care about these women. And I think that the issues that these women face need to be addressed, and that a lot of, I guess, Western feminists need to realize that and kind of like realizing that there's more to the picture than just some things that they freak out about.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22, really, because, of course, you know, certainly with intersexual feminists, they're trying to do everything for everyone.
Right.
And that is basically, I'll be frank. You can say that the same thing when it you can say that the same thing when it comes to, say, Chris Roberts in Star Citizen. He's trying to do everything for everyone, micromanage it to an nth degree. And what he ends up doing is ruining the product that it is. And if sort of feminism and men's rights, for example, actually have a lot in common. In the you know, and the thing is, if they actually if they actually had a discussion, if they had more of a chance for a discussion rather than actually blaming the other for their problem.
People would people would not realize that you know.
I think
people,
sorry, go on, JJ.
Sorry. So no, like a lot of issues that like MRAs will bring up to me, I'm like, yes, I am with you 1000%. Just because I call it something different doesn't mean I am not totally there with you.
Well, the problem is, of course, is that some of these conflict. And that's,
for example, can you give me an example?
Well, for example, you know, one of the main aspects for men's rights activists, from what I've seen. I mean, I'm not really in those circles, so I'm really paraphrasing more than anything else. But for example, rights to their children.
I don't see that as conflicting, because like the reason that, you know, child custody is so difficult for men to get is because, you know, women are supposed to be the caretakers and men are supposed to be the ones that are less emotionally.
The reason why it's like that, there was a change in the law 100 years ago.
I know, but what I'm saying
well, they also are.
From this
here's the thing, JJ. It's not so much supposed to be. It's the fact that not only traditionally, but physiologically, biologically, and societally, Women are. Men are more paternal. Women are more maternal. They've been given those names for a reason. You see,
Right.
as an egalitarian myself, when somebody has said to me, "Do you think that women and men should have equal rights?" And I actually say no. No, they shouldn't. I don't want men to decide whether a woman has a baby or not.
I don't think they should be able
Absolutely. Well, that is an unequal right.
to. Exactly.
Isn't it? You see, this is where we get
But I was talking about child
conflict.
custody. Hold on. Now this is a different
Well,
topic.
no, but what we're talking about is when it comes to child custody again, though, is that certainly there should be a lot more, a little bit more fairness towards, maybe sort of actually having an exploration of whether a woman can take care of these children, or the man can take care of these children better or worse.
Guys, I have a question.
Definitional.
We're talking about the 10 years doctrine. Is that the one you were talking about earlier?
Say again, sorry.
Like, the thing you talked about the law set in 100 years ago wasn't that the 10 years doctrine? Because I'm trying to sort of research it now.
Well, to be honest with you, who cares about that now? What we really should be thinking about is what happens right now, this moment.
Yeah.
But there's been all kinds of laws that have been up and down, up and down, up and down throughout the years. And paternal rights and maternal rights, for them to be completely equal, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. You have to have a certain bias at one point or another.
Well, you see,
there is
we know when you were taught.
There is no 50-50. Have a look at, say, we have a north and a south pole on the planet for a reason. That's just forced by basically charged particles being fired at a planet. Yeah, but it goes one way or it goes the other way. Only just a little bit. It may look like it's equal coming at it, yeah, but at some point or another, it's all going to go north, and it drags everything then.
I think you kind of missed the point with the unequal rights thing. It's not about the argument. Isn't
it's an
about
acceptance that some are never going to be able to change. That's what I mean.
It's not about the man ordering the woman to have a baby. He can't stop the woman having the baby. It's all about him opting out from being the parent, because the woman could just
it's called financial abortion, essentially.
Yeah, it's about the baby. The woman could put the baby up for adoption, or if not adoption, to another place in the family, so she can't doesn't have to look after it. The man he can't do that. He either has to pay the custody or he gets arrested. Basically,
the point is that if she can walk out, he should be able to too.
If he does walk out, there are a lot of guys who
Here's the problem that our selfish friends are forgetting about. There is a child involved.
That's the thing I've had as well.
That is where the actual courts are concentrating on. They don't give a fuck about you, and they shouldn't. They should be giving a fuck about the new life that's just popped up there, and some responsibility does actually have to kick in at this point. Now, I mean, personally, when it comes to this sort of thing, ladies, gentlemen, please talk to each other for fuck's sake. This is, and I'll be honest, I've seen, issues with women who are selling pregnancy devices that have been tested as positive to each other and things like that. Got some really underhanded ladies out there. And, it's the same thing with the guys as well. They knock somebody up and then walk. This is all a lack of responsibility. Now, the laws have to come in order to actually curtail these lacks of responsibility. From what I've seen, more than anything else, they do basically say to the ladies, well, you do get given a bit of a free pass in this, absolutely. And the danger, of course, is to have that bias swing the other way.
Yeah, here's the thing. What if the woman, tricks you into, what I mean? She says she's on her pill or whatever, and all of a sudden she gets pregnant.
Yeah, it's a difficulty. It certainly is, and to be honest with you, this is something that would be considered fraud in my mind.
Yeah, but it isn't. So there you go.
Well, yes, and this is.
But we're just talking about assholes right now.
With equal,
it's not constructive to talk about all these assholes.
Well, generally the law has to be really rigged around assholes, doesn't it? It doesn't really.
Well,
it doesn't take care of people who are doing everything right. It has to actually look at that most of the law is about property and crime. So it's these little bits and bobs here that everyone actually gets these contentions on. And most of the cases, 99% of the time, I mean, this isn't really happening. It's these incidents themselves that cause the vitriol, get everybody very upset, and everyone starts throwing shit at each other with it.
Can I perhaps suggest a minor format shift? Because I think this sort of little chapter that we're on, you started, Robin, by wanting to get JJ's opinion on something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying this from this particular position of I'm trying to say there needs to be a certain angle of responsibility along with rights here.
Yeah, well, you could lead the argument by asking JJ the questions, maybe.
Well, yeah, I'm sort of prefacing that for you. I mean, it's a bit of a big one for you.
You see, I
was waiting for JJ. We were waiting for JJ on that one.
God damn it, Charming.
Shut up, you.
No, I'm just really confused. You've brought up like several different.
Well, it's paternal rights, really. That's certainly
because
for
there's
this is really I would say the crux for a lot of MRAs, for example.
There's the issue of not being able to get custody. Then there's the issue of someone getting pregnant and you not wanting to have to pay child support. Like there's a lot of different
Yeah, it's conflicting within itself, isn't it?
It's not necessarily the child support. It's more about not being a parent, is it? Maybe.
But which one, I have to. I'm trying to think of a specific situation, because one of them is implying that the dad doesn't want anything to do with the kid. They're like, whatever, but they're like, why you're forcing me to pay child support for this kid that I didn't even want to have. And then there's an argument. Oh, I want custody of this kid. Why can I not get custody as easily? Which situation are you referring to? Do they want the kid or not want the kid?
Well, let's be either.
Pick one, guys. She's asking to just pick one here. So let's
both situations can happen, but not at the same time.
Yeah, for me, the fact that you can have the situation where, it's you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So it's the fact that there's those two situations particularly. I wouldn't have as much a problem with it if it was one way or the other.
Well, does the
then
law?
You could have an expectation.
At the moment,
I know someone who wants to be a father to his children, but he can't.
Well, at the moment, the law is basically pushing in both directions. I would say so. Both of those are on the table for MRAs, in a sense that paternal rights. I say that as a whole. Both of those particular angles are up for contention as far as MRAs are concerned. So on one side of this, you've got people who have, I'll be mean and say tricked into becoming pregnant with somebody that they might not wish to actually have a child with. And then you also have, of course, people who have, let's say their ex-wives are using their children against them, for example. And at the moment, it seems the law is in favour of this really happening. And I think that's the contention for MRAs.
Guys,
I would agree that is an issue, and I feel like I know a lot of men who have children and their baby mamas won't let them see their kids, and when they are in fact the more fit parent to be taking care of them, I feel like the law should be more fair in that respect.
Guys,
the law should have an assessment of the house.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to get our attention. Guys.
Hi. I'm gonna have to go now. I've got some chores to do. I want to work some videos. But
it's been wonderful, nice. Squeaky.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
No worries, mate. Come on back whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll see you around.
Take care.
Goodbye.
We'll be here forever.
Well, exactly. It's quite a delicate situation to be in, isn't it? Really, because with everything set where it is centered around the child, wanting to make sure that the child has the best possible chance it has wherever it goes, and that's really more than anything, guys, where that responsibility is at, because we're all adults here. And so some responsibility does need to be taken both for the girls and the boys here.
Well, that's all fine and good, but not all people want to have children.
Indeed.
So the thing that I would like to maybe ask JJ here is feminism's proclivity to appropriate everything. I didn't have a problem with feminism like 10, 15 years ago, but then it sort of went into some overdrive mode where it said that we're now taking care of men's right too, right? And that has become a problem because that's not what they do. I didn't have a problem when feminism was a group for taking care of women's right, watching out for that, and making sure women had what they were supposed to have. But now they're saying they're taking care of men's right, and it's not happening.
Well, the thing is that when you had old school feminism, and this was when a lot of my friends were up and doing the feminism, they for a large part of it, it was, the guys it was the right to stay home. It was the social acceptance of the right to stay at home, be a at-home dad, and doing that kind of stuff. There was a lot of stuff that my friends fought for, so that way it could be.
But that's anecdotal evidence. That doesn't imply that feminism was fighting for that.
Actually,
no.
guys, we're talking about feminism 10 years ago here. You're talking about feminism now. Feminism.
What?
Back in sort of like 90s, around that sort of thing. This is when maternal and paternal rights were coming about. Beforehand, there was no maternity pay. There was no paternity pay. So if you were having kids, this is how it worked. She stays at home, he goes to work. And he works his ass off, twice as hard as he did before. She stays at home and looks after the kids. Then came along maternity pay. And this was fought for hard by all sides for women to be able to take some time off work, to have some paid leave from work to have their child, and then they'd be able to go back to work once their kid was old enough, that sort of thing. There was also an outreach for paternity pay, where men would. Well, what about the guys? Don't they want to see their kids once in a while? Instead of them basically, as far as work's rights are concerned, a lot. I mean, back in the day, it wasn't really a right so much as an imperative. Working your arse off all day and night compared to maybe having a bit of time at home would for a guy would be probably thinking to himself, well, I wouldn't mind staying at home.
All right, Robocop.
It's a both.
We'd like to hear. I'd like to hear JJ's perspective on this.
Go for it.
In regards to feminism and men's issues, I feel like my personal, everyone can have a different definition of feminism, but for me, the reason that it has begun encompassing men's issues is because they often come from the same place, and you can't really address one without addressing the other because they're like two sides of the same coin. I feel like a lot of issues.
But do you agree that there is a problem with feminism appropriating men's right?
So is it a bad thing for feminists to want to help men as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that actually is a bad thing.
It's the white man's burden for women.
It's like one kingdom just annexed a neighboring kingdom and just said, "Don't worry, we're going to rule benevolently."
Imagine, if you will, a white person speaking at a black rally.
I understand what you're saying.
It's an understanding, of course.
But
women know women better than men, and men know men better than women.
I've actually been on some.
Imagine if you will.
That was confusing.
So, I understand what you're saying, and that happens a lot within a lot of different communities trying to speak for each other. But, if there's a men's issue that's important to me, should I, not speak about it? Should I...
Oh, no. You can't speak about it. No one is saying that. What some MRAs I've noticed they have problem with is that is that feminists claim to speak for men, and they always say, why don't MRAs raise money to have men's abuse shelter open, when it's pointed out to them that they have tried, but feminists, not you personally, threw a bitch fit over it, and they had to close down.
There was a story about similar to that in the UK. There's a guy. He lost.
That was sad as hell.
A friend, or was it two friends? And one after the other. Although I might be conflating something that someone said at a protest, but it's a similar story. Basically, friend killed himself. Let's just say there's one, and basically he thought, okay, well, why is this happening? He's not a feminist or an MRA. He's nothing, as far as I'm aware. And he thought, well, I need to figure out why all this is happening, and I think there needs to be a place for men to talk. A space on campus, a men's group. So he basically tried to form it, but the Feminist Society and the Students' Union, it was more the Students' Union really. He got a bit of support from FemSoc initially, and he said, yeah, I think we should have a men's group on campus to help with men who have issues. And FemSoc was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then the MMU, not MMU, sorry, that's my uni, former uni. This is a different uni. The union, the Students' Union said, no, you can't do it unless it's part of the Feminist Society. Then he was like, no, it should be a separate thing. I'm not doing this because of an agenda. I'm doing this to find out what's going on, for men to discuss issues with other men, so there's some kind of understanding, and it's just an easier place for them to talk and understand these issues. And they wouldn't let him, and it ended up in the news at one point. So that's another example of that happening. So when these feminists say that, oh, you're not doing anything, they're trying. I mean, there was in Canada, a guy, the guy who ran the only male shelter, like, in the country. He killed himself because of hate mail by people who didn't like his shelter.
Yeah.
But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that yes, everyone can talk about any topic they wish. That's perfectly fine, as long as you come from a place of education. And so that's where everyone's contention becomes, is that when someone points out or argues against, well, why aren't you doing this and why aren't you doing that, even though people are, what you're arguing is from a point of ignorance, in which you don't know what has actually been attempted and what failed. And so that's where people get very frustrated, is because even though they don't normally say that it is a point of ignorance, anyone should talk about any issue. And they should very well be allowed to talk about an issue, as long as it's from an informed opinion, with the understanding that you could very well be wrong. And that's the important thing that everyone needs to understand. Both men and women, everyone needs to understand that point. Because everyone can come up with a valid point of view, but also still be wrong.
I support this.
So Undoomed, is your like main concern kind of like what Charming Man was saying, in the way that there's not a separate space that is permitted to exist for men's issues, and that it's just being...
It's laughter.
There isn't.
I would say that it just hurts the whole thing when feminism tries to appropriate everything. I don't think that any group is helped by that. Feminism should look out for women, and you were great at that. That was a great thing. But when you start appropriating everything, people are gonna just, be pissed off.
I could probably say this is that there's two types of feminism out there. There's feminism with a little f, and there's feminism with a capital F.
What's the difference?
Well, no, feminism is a word. Yeah, feminism is an idea. It's a little f. Yeah,
I watched a video on that earlier.
Bear with me. Whereas capital F is the name of an institution. It's the feminism is a business. It's got ties with government. It's it's an institution, and the danger for any institution. Take, for example, Christianity. One of the dangers that say Catholicism, especially Catholicism, really, that it did was, and it has actually compounded its irrelevancy by putting itself into places where it actually is irrelevant. So when feminism puts itself into, say, gay rights, LGBTQ, or the other various avenues that are really to do with, social justice groups, there's all kinds of them, and for feminism to come across and say, well, we're going to do it all. What it ends up doing is actually it makes itself look irrelevant into the wider world. I mean, for example, when somebody says minorities and women, I'm sorry, ladies, you're not a minority. You make up 50% of the population. If you're a minority, then so are men.
Well, in actuality, here's a better comparison to that: is that in America, Latinos are the second majority. They're not a minority anymore. They are the second majority.
And that makes up men and women.
Yeah. And so you cannot define something as a minority when it actually has the equal population as something else.
They still do it anyways.
Well, minority usually implies like
no matter what.
Well, in
minority
experience, minority tends to imply whatever the speaker wants it to.
Let Jenna finish. What were you saying about minorities?
Well, like the reason they say like a minority majority country, because although like in numbers, yeah, like Hispanic people are now like becoming the majority, they're still being represented politically and institutionally, they're still a minority.
Well, that's why you use precursor words, which is like politically minority, so political minority, or social justice word. Yeah. There are plenty of people who have very little representation. As an individual such as myself, I have very little representation.
Here's the funny thing, guys. Who's the majority voter?
Exactly.
Do you know this one? Do you know this one, Gemma? Jenna, sorry.
I think you know where you're going.
Say again, Jenna.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Who is the majority voter?
Oh, I have no idea.
What demographic votes the most? It's women.
Well, that makes sense. I mean,
this is what I've said this. I've said this not to a few MRAs, but to MRAs as such, and said, guys, if you're whining about the fact that women are getting more rights than you as such, yeah, and you're not voting, you're the problem.
And this is the thing that I try to tell a lot of people, is that politicians only care about people who vote. They don't care about any other group. Anyone that doesn't vote is someone they don't care about, because they can't count you. There's no way to do it. There's no way to say where you lean. There's no way to determine how how you're going to vote. And especially if you don't vote, that means you're not taking the most simple action of saying an opinion, of saying your opinion.
You see, I'm just having a look at some of you guys in the side there, and maybe you have some sort of animosity towards JJ. We're not here for that. If you guys are looking for some jollies and stuff like that, Ralph Retort's streaming right now. Be my guest.
I wasn't laughing at.
Yeah, so was Milo.
I was reading something and it made me laugh. I wasn't laughing at JJ.
No, I'm looking in the side chat here. This is why nothing ever gets done, guys. This is why shit doesn't get actually sort of like sorted out.
They're like sharks. They want blood.
You're in the wrong place if you're looking for a wrestling match, guys.
Robert, may I state my opinion on if you count a minority, even though the majority are becoming a majority, why are you still counting them as a minority? Do you count them as a minority based on their race, or are you still counting on a minority because they're only a small number? Just a minority tends to be a minority because they're not a majority of that country or the area you live in.
Precisely, yes.
So if you just count them because they are considered politically a minority, that means nothing. That means you're probably just counting them based off the color of their skin, just racist.
And I would say perhaps that the conflation of women and minorities is to keep themselves within that happy place of saying, I need help, I need furthering, I need assistance. Do you see what I mean? It's like, ladies, you have to, to be considered equals to men. I mean, have a look at the guys. We're told to stand on our feet, get our shit together and stuff like that. Now, the reason is that nobody else is going to help. And that's the real problem. And then people are going to go, well, that's patriarchy for you. It's like, no. It's just that's what life is like.
It's just like, if I may say something, if patriarchy was real, Tim Hunt wouldn't have been fired.
Yeah.
Or did he step down? I forget. One of each.
It was discussed with his colleagues, possibly superiors, that he should probably resign. It would be for the best.
And pass this message down, JJ. To be honest with you, the whole patriarchy theory thing's making feminism look really stupid.
If patriarchy is
it's just a conspiracy theory, really.
At this point, in terms of the United States, because you could have people who can subroot rights and that kind of stuff, but there's not an actual active structure to do it. There's just people. It's just like 4chan. There's just a bunch of people who agree, doing the same thing, and so. This is how we have deconstructive people. We do have destructive people in society. But deconstructive people, like Ron White, is a constructive person. I probably won't agree with everything that Ron White says politically, but he is running for president. Why is he running for president? To give people another choice. He is someone who's productive. That is a productive thing to do. Because he looked at the GOP candidates and said, fuck it, I'm running.
Yeah. I actually like something that Doom said in one of his videos. If patriarchy was real, any one of us would be able to call up Bill Gates and be like, hey, can I borrow $1 million to get me through the week?
Perhaps. But JJ, I mean, you've heard it from the sort of like the guy's side of the fence here, and I sort of started this a question off with you, sort of like as an actual, productive sort of thing. On the feminist side of this coin, let's say, what demands would you like met as such? I mean, how do you, let's say just in the Western sphere for now. I mean, we are all Westerners here. I mean,
I'm a Northerner.
To get, as a reach at, you say you're into building a bridge. I mean, what would you ask of, MRAs, or at least men as such? Do you know what I mean?
I think just the immediate defensive nature of everyone on every side isn't very constructive, and it leads to this tribalism that makes any progress completely impossible.
I think we can all agree
I don't understand the MRAs, why they are defensive, because every time someone like Warren Farrell will do a I was talking for all the reasons why they get defensive is because you'll have someone like Warren Farrell will be doing, I got his name right, didn't I?
Who cares? Carry on.
Oh, who cares? He will do a speech at a university and he'll get a massive protest by the local FemSoc.
Milo Yiannopoulos?
Milo to a lesser extent, but Warren Farrell got a massive one that was filmed, and you see this.
Well, Milo does.
A lot of the time.
I'll be honest with you guys. Milo does somewhat foment a reputation as a rabble rouser.
No, he does it on purpose.
Indeed, and so now and again.
Professional cunt.
Yeah, to be honest with you, he's not exactly much of a friend on sort of like this particular argument, to be honest with you. I know he's a culture warrior. He wants to stir this up. There are people out there that wish to make bank out of this sort of argument over and over and over again. He would be one of those sort of people. I'm not a fan.
I can just tell you based on observations what I see at work every day. When I work every day, I work in a store. I don't really call out. I take extra hours. But when it comes to a lot of, comes to a lot of women I work with, a lot of them don't want to take extra hours. A lot of them call out. A lot of them would rather do stuff that's not breaking the back.
The jerks are Guy. You're the one tone policing us. We're just actually trying to have a reasonable tone, and you want to be all angry. Well, you're a dick. That's all you are. That's all you've got. That's your life right now, is being a dick. That's it. That's all you can do. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to help anything. It's going to give you mild, tiny little bits of entertainment for now and a guilt trip 10 years from now.
Whether people think what I'm saying is sexist or not, it's based on my observations from what I see on a daily basis.
Yeah, but how can it be sexist if they choose not to work?
It's what they experience. That's what most people base their life on. It's what they experience. So to say,
You are but the citation. I've just seen it in the chat, jerks.
So to say someone
I don't ban them. I'll just talk them down. Thank you for highlighting exactly what the problem is, jerks. You are that problem. You're out for blood. And there are things that need to be sorted out here, and none of it gets sorted out with everyone throwing shit at each other. And that's all you're into. If that's all you're into, go and watch some wrestling. That's how it works. There's plenty of fake fights out there for you to listen in on. I'm sure.
Don't feed the trolls, Robin.
Yeah. No, I feed them till they burst.
No.
Feed them troll pellets.
Yeah, exactly. Let them choke on their own vomit. And JJ, we do have some feminists that do come into this channel, but they generally tend to be somewhat wayward. As far as your average feminist, we've had. Have you ever heard of Angela Knight, for example?
No, I have not.
Lovely lady. An older feminist, sort of like sort of like second to third wave feminist. She's look at what is that noise?
It sounds like someone's phone is near a computer or something.
Yeah.
It's flashing parents.
I would like 2016 to be a bit more about a promotion of understanding, and that requires a conversation.
It does. I agree with you. I'm so for. I was talking to Sargon of Akkad recently, and it was so funny. He came into a stream and he was like, "Why are you a feminist? You seem all right." I was like, "Thanks, Sargon. I appreciate it." But I'm doing a series on my channel that I'm recording the first video for today or tomorrow. It's like
is this your main one or your
my main one, yeah. Oh. So it's like Ask a Feminist. So I posted a video and I was like, okay, ask me like whatever you want to know and I'll answer it. Now I have like 100+ questions that just because I want to try to have that conversation without it being like
well, it's time to ask you a silly question.
I threw in some good ones.
Well, that's good. I mean, I think we need more people on both sides of this to reach out to each other. And all of you guys that are sitting there kind of wanting someone to stick somebody with a difficult question or whatever like that, go watch the fucking wrestling. That's what you're there for. You are a passive observer of combat.
All right, but to be honest, hello. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. All right.
Hello.
So the thing is, you actually post this thing as a Jenny McDermott thing.
Yes.
And I think that was a thing that really turned me off. So I want to know, why did you do that?
What, to show Jenny McDermott because she
No,
is...
because you that really turned me off, because it was like, are you going to talk about internet drama now again?
Well, no. I was basically highlighting exactly what happens when it goes completely wrong for you. Because now this young lady here has
But you
everywhere.
were trying to suck in viewers for that, right?
Well,
No,
yeah, I do
no.
kind of agree with that.
Well, no, this was actually the conversation was going to be with Charming Man because, of course, recently Oz had just been doxed, and I was basically.
But you understand why I asked this?
What, that I'm trying to look for internet drama?
Yeah.
No, quite the opposite.
But you understand how it looks like that?
Yeah, but
I'm
if anything, trying to diffuse.
That's why I
it.
didn't want to get into this chat.
Yeah, I'm of a channel that's trying to diffuse drama.
Right.
That's the way the open house is. We're open to everybody. Everyone can come in. They can have their discussion, but they try to have it at a civil level.
Very diplomatic.
Okay,
Mild
but
exposure therapy.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well.
So with Jenny, for example, she's a prime example of where radicalization can go wrong.
Yeah.
And so she's.
I don't know if she's the prime example.
I don't care
of
about
these
that.
days.
But I'm just using her as an example here. You see.
Right.
And to be honest with you, if it does suck in a few of these people that are sort of like feeding off of all of this and stuff like that, yeah, maybe they need to listen to this. The idea of people actually having a sensible discussion about something,
I guess that's a fair point.
I think Undoomed is just using the Jenny McDermott title thing as a cover. What he doesn't like is the fact you've put many faces on the title and he doesn't have one.
He's
triggered.
I said, to be honest, talking about any contentious issue is going to suck in almost anyone, even bottom feeders. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think to go with what JJ was saying I'm just guessing that I'm getting your name right, but about how it's confusing why people can be so defensive about, especially when they find out someone's a feminism. I think a big part of it for people who want to discuss serious men's issues, like, say, the massive comparative suicide rate, for example, anytime we're having a conversation like that, it's not that every feminist jumps in, but that any time someone does go, no, you're not allowed to talk about that, you're not allowed to solve these problems, we don't care that men are killing themselves at 13 men a day, and is that in the world or Britain? I can't remember, but it's probably Britain actually.
I was actually about 5 years ago. I was actually working on a comedy routine called Culture Warrior, and one of the things was about sort of about the pay gap, and I did it in a more vitriolic term at the time, and it was this: you want equal pay? Well, then die quicker. In that sort of line. It's just well, if you have a look at sort of the statistics, guys traditionally are getting paid more, really more, earning more rather than getting paid more. But it was really highlighting the fact that there does seem to be a lot of other things attached to that, apart from just the fact that they get paid more.
Yeah, like break your ass every day.
Yeah, it's die quicker. We're dropping off at 70 and you're sticking around till you're 90. Well, you know what?
It tends to be heart conditions.
If
you
imagine it was in a comedic routine, so the idea is to really do that sort of highlight. But it's
anyway,
we don't want I wouldn't want women to die earlier. If anything, you'd probably be wanting the guys to last a little longer.
When you have argument over rights, or you argue over health or benefits and stuff like that, you don't do it by arguing for less or arguing that people should get less. You do it by arguing people should get more. They should get better health. They should get better life, and that kind of stuff.
And we should explore space. Because there's no more fucking room.
down with that.
Yeah.
And I say we'd be very dangerous while being elite at the same time.
I want us to have an elite dangerous future. Okay. I want that to be our future.
No, I want a 40k.
Oh, there goes JJ.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think she said her internet connection is going down.
I have to get going anyway. I've got.
Well, that's perfect timing because I'm thinking I think we've covered quite a lot of ground here, and yeah,
you have to spur something.
it's not going to be one of those 14-hour streams, Ethan.
Well, there was one other thing I wanted to say about why men tend to bristle at the idea of feminists going, no, feminism is going to look after men's rights now. Well, Robin, can you remind me what was the time gap between the Tory party saying that they were the party of the workers and cutting working tax credits?
Seconds.
In fact, they were already planning to do it when they said that, actually, weren't they? So, yeah, they simultaneously were planning to cut the lowest earners' subsidies whilst saying that they're the party of the working class.
Well, we never thought that they were. You know.
Yeah,
no,
and here's
but
the thing.
it's the same cynicism.
I know what you're saying there, and to we were talking about sort of patriarchy theory. We all know that if that's how that sort of legislation is going to be placed out, that's not looking like a very conducive egalitarian society in my mind. I think we can probably all agree upon that.
Yeah.
And I say this, both MRAs, both feminists, a calming down means less doxings, and all it takes is some stupid 14-year-old teenager to take those doxes and get somebody having a SWAT team around their house in America, and it's doxing. You think, oh, it's not that bad, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. Not until someone gets shot, then it becomes bad. And it's the same thing with, I'm a responsible gun owner until your kid picks up your gun because you've dropped it. Whatever,
or you left it around the coffee table.
Yeah, something. It takes one moment of irresponsibility to become irresponsible.
Or you leave the safety off.
Yeah, and everybody needs to keep their safeties on when they're entering a debate. And yes, I am tone policing. That is right. I am tone policing.
Yeah, the other thing too, though, that's important is that in the United States we need to actually allow the CDC to investigate safety mechanisms on guns. That's what would prevent, death, and we don't allow that.
That's a long, arduous discussion. What
would be really good is they could develop a sort of patch that goes on the trigger that can detect some sort of pheromone, and this person's having a psychotic break. We're not going to let this trigger get pulled.
I brought you John Kelly, by the way, Rami.
You're thinking of psychopaths, aren't you?
There's literally nothing you can do to prevent someone from getting something you don't want them to, especially in the U.S. This is a fucking back market.
No. Yeah. There is ways of maintaining. No.
Anyway, guys, I think we'll continue this discussion off air because I'm ramping my bandwidth. So I'm going to thank all of our stellar guests for turning up. It's been fantastic.
My pleasure, Rob.
I've had a great time. Come on back next week. I'm at the moment, because it's Crimbo and stuff like that, I'm doing sort of ad hoc open houses. If I see something that's running out there and I feel as if we need to have a discussion about it, I might pop one out there again. But it's at my own whim today. I'm not really working on a schedule. I believe Kevin McDonald, is it Kevin McDonald, is going to be doing a stream later on tonight that I'm going to be attending.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to pop yourselves down there,
I'll be there
doing
too.
that.
Also,
what's that stream about?
I don't know, actually. I think it's something GG related, that sort of thing.
I think Sargon's supposed to be there too.
When it's happening.
But yeah.
9 o'clock EST.
9 o'clock EST, so it's going to be like silly o'clock in the evening for me. But Magda left me some MDMA, so I should be all right. So as I said, guys, really thank you very much for everybody for turning up, everybody in the side chat, to all of you that have bothered to putting
We
something
would
constructive.
wave bye-bye, but Robbie has low bandwidth mode on.
I have low bandwidth mode
Oh,
on,
and
it's,
everyone click the like button.
and yeah,
Like, share, and subscribe.
yeah. Do that if you need to. It's okay. I'm not really too fussed.
Don't listen to him.
But
Tone
anyway.
police him. It's too depressing tone. That's a depressing tone.
But yeah, I invite any of you guys. If I'll be leaving this chat open and stuff like that. Please come and have a chat. You know, I'm always open. I'm like an open book, or at least an open door, or something that is open and
Well, that
whatever
would be on the
inanimate object that
MDMA.
you prefer. So yeah, once again, thanks for coming, guys. Speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. If you had the cams on, we could all just be waving to the audience.